Welcome, everyone, to council meeting for the Freeport Town Council. This is meeting number 09-22 on Tuesday, May 3rd, 2022. And we start all our meetings with a roll call so we know who's here and who's not. So, Councilor Pillsbury.
Present.
Councilor Fournier.
Present.
Councilor Lawrence.
Present.
Councilor Daniele.
Here.
Councilor Bradley.
Here.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Egan is excused tonight, and Chair Pilch is here. So our first order of business is to say the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Our second order of business is to waive the reading of the minutes from meeting 08-22, which was held on April 9th, and to accept the minutes as printed, unless anyone has changes.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion on the minutes? Thank Mr. Council Pillsbury.
Just one quick question. Do we need someone for minutes tonight? Are we missing that?
We do have our town clerk on Zoom. She's taking
great.
minutes on Zoom tonight.
Okay.
Yep. But good call. Good question. Seeing no discussion, all in favor of accepting the minutes?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'll abstain since I wasn't here, so we got 5-0 with one abstention. We got some announcements, our third order of business tonight. I think I have 4 announcements. The Cable TV Regulatory Board needs volunteers with an interest in cable TV regulatory matters. So if you have an interest, send an application. 2 upcoming events. This Saturday from 10 to 4 is the first Makers on Main of the year. We did this, this is the 3rd year, and the number of artists, crafters, and food producers that participate continues to grow. New this year is going to be 3 or 4 food trucks behind the new Freeport Oyster Bar during Makers on Main, which is where Frosty's Donuts used to be, next to the Historical Society. If you haven't been to Makers on Main, it's awesome. It's a ton of fun. First Saturday of the month from now through October, I think. Also, our Chamber of Commerce, we are have our executive director here in the audience tonight, has a Boots and Brews 5K race on Sunday, May 15th at 9 o'clock. All registered will receive 2 beers from our local breweries. And the top winners in each age group will receive a pair of LL Bean boots. So free beer is always a good way to get people to do things. And then lastly, this week, first week in May, is Municipal Clerk Week. So congratulations to our clerk and deputy clerk for all the work they do and all the municipal clerks around the country. Any other announcements for upcoming events? Seeing none. Moving on to our fourth order of business is information exchange, where the councilors have an opportunity to share information, stuff that's going on. So anybody have information to exchange? Councilor Bradley.
In the ever-ending saga of the Island Rover, we are having a session this week with Wolf Neck Center to talk about their willingness to allow a launch of the boat across a piece of their property in accordance with a plan which, although not 100% developed, shows promise for releasing this vessel to the sea. So I'm hopeful and looking forward to the meeting.
Thank you. Thanks for all your work on that. I know it's been a lot of work since you've joined the council. Any other information to exchange? A quiet bunch tonight.
Long meeting.
Yeah, I just want to get on with it. I just have a quick one. On June 14th, we intend to host a workshop in conjunction with the Conservation Commission, who manages all the town-owned properties like Hedgehog Mountain and a handful of others. And the reason for the workshop is that the New England Mountain Bike Association has offered to build some trails at no cost to the town on the Hedgehog Mountain property. And we want to share that information and get some public input on how people would like to see that property used. So that'll be on Tuesday, June 14th, a little over a month from now. And we'll try and get some information out on that. If you have thoughts, share them, show up. That's all I got for information exchange. So unless there's anything else, we'll move on. The fifth order of business of our 7 orders of business is the town manager's report. Mr. Manager.
I'm gonna put you all to shame with my briefness here. Also, my council packet ended up after our facilities committee meeting down on that end of the table, I think, so I'm going blind here. Okay, maybe not. So thanks, guys, never mind. All right, so that's item number 1. Item number 2, we've been enthralled in the budget process for the past month or so. I think our finance director may not be in the room, but she's in the building, and we're going to be talking with the rest of you later on tonight. I want to thank all the department heads and Jessica who've gone through putting together an operating budget proposal, which I'm sure will be greatly debated and mixed and matched by the council as we go through it. So thanks to everybody that put in effort over the past month, but it's really more like 2 months since the capital program started. And I want to give a thank you to our local Boy Scouts for the cleanup of Memorial Park in advance of Memorial Day over the past week or so. They were down there and are left, got all the trash and things like that got picked up by the Public Works Department, but they did some yard work as well. So thank you to them. Other than that, Mr. Chair, we've got a full room, so I'm going to be droning on later on after the downtown vision plan for an hour or so about budget, so I'll save all my important things until then. Thanks.
Thank you. Next is our 6th order of business, which is our public comment period, which is where anybody from the public can stand up at the podium and the microphone or raise their hand on Zoom and address the council on any non-agenda items. So if there's something that you want to talk about that's already on our agenda, hold your comments till we get to that point. If there's something you want to talk about that's not on our agenda, it can be anything, now is a good time. We ask that you tell us who you are, where you're from, keep your comments to 3 minutes or so. And it's not a time for back and forth kind of question and answer or grilling us. It's more just to kind of state your opinions or your thoughts on stuff. So if anyone feels so moved, raise your hand on Zoom or step up. It's a quiet bunch in the audience tonight, too. We have a larger than average audience. I was assuming that somebody would want to say something, but
Got 2 Zoomers here.
we do.
So we've got
Fantastic.
Alexis and Stephanie. Go ahead. Hi, Alexis. Why don't you go ahead?
Hi. I was curious about LD 2000
This is going to be the
piece of legislation that was recently signed by Governor Mills. And if you could just talk about how that might affect
Right.
Freeport.
Can you hear us, Alexis?
Yep.
All right, hold on a second. Tom, we're not getting return feed from Zoom back into the council chambers.
Do you want to try the next person and see if it's on our end or their end? And then we can come back to Alexis?
Okay, I'm going to put Stephanie live as well. Stephanie, why don't you see if we can hear you?
Hello. Testing.
I can do the volume only from here, but
I could hear Alexis. Alexis, can you hear
It
me?
usually works flawlessly.
I can
it
hear
actually
you.
has been working pretty well.
Yeah.
Stephanie and Alexis, stand by. We want you both to be able to comment. It's just going to be a minute while we figure it out.
We're gonna talk to Tom,
Is there
I think.
anyone in the room that you want to take? And I'll.
Yeah, if there's anyone in the room, feel free to stand up. I'll kind of walk you through how our agenda process works, because this is going to come up in a minute, and I'll preview it. Our town council rules of order kind of lay out how we're supposed to conduct our meetings, and we always have 7 orders of business. Where all the stuff happens. The first 6 are kind of, we're at the tail end of those already. In the 7th order of business, where we talk about everything we're going to vote on, we also lay out the order that things are supposed to happen in, and that order says that public hearings are supposed to go first. We're going to make an exception to that tonight, so we're just going to have to vote to make that exception, because we want to do the downtown stuff first, because I imagine most of you are here to hear about that instead of making you wait until after the public hearings. We're going to try and get that done first. So that's the intent of what I'll mention in a minute or two. But in the meantime, if anyone wants to share anything or tell a story, short 3-minute or less story.
Try talking to them, see if they can talk to us.
To us.
I'm gonna put
I'm gonna put my volume on. You can actually.
Through there, maybe. Should be able to hear you all right.
Yeah, they could hear. They both went unmuted and started to try talking. Hey, Alexis, why don't you try going again? Let's see if we can get you.
Sure. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
I'm not hearing anything here either.
No.
Well, that's good. Okay.
Okay.
She's going into.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
We can hear her out there.
Yep, I'm not sure why it's not making it there.
I can't hear it at my computer either, so.
I think it's because your audio's going to the TV over there. I think that's why.
Can I turn the volume up on the TV and use that?
Try, but I think you might get feedback.
Let's try it. I'll mute it. I'll use the phone.
Okay.
All right. Alexis, can you talk?
Yep. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, there's going to be a little bit of echo.
Okay. So my question was about LD 2003, which was a piece of legislation recently signed by Governor Mills, and I was just curious, if you've been thinking about that and how that might affect the town of Freeport in the future.
Yeah, I'm happy to make a comment there. You broke up a little bit, but I got your question was about LD 2003 and how it might affect Freeport and whether or not we've been thinking about it. We hosted Speaker Fecto here about a month or so ago, who presented this LD 2003 just before the legislature voted on it, and we had a good back and forth discussion. I think he actually tweaked it based on some of our feedback. So we did have a very good, thorough discussion about it, and I think a number of us have also been talking to our state rep about it as well. The consensus from the council seems to be that we were supportive of getting more housing built for people in Maine, because we need to. So we've been doing our part. I think we're ahead of where most communities are, and we'll continue to advocate for more housing. You'll hear a lot about housing tonight in our downtown plan, because we think downtown is a great place to put honestly, loads of housing, because we've got transit, we've got transportation, we've got stores, we've got a lot of reasons to put housing downtown. So we've raised the height limits, we've increased the density allowable in downtown, we reduced the parking requirements. So yes to all things housing, yes to LD 2003 from my board.
In terms of how it'll impact Freeport, though, I think we came to the conclusion that it wasn't going to be a big change because our rules already allowed for a lot of the things that were in it. So Freeport's already doing the things mostly that are in that bill. So it won't be a big change for our town.
Thanks.
Okay,
Thanks, Alexis. That's good. A good question.
let's see if we can get Stephanie. Why don't you try going ahead?
Can you hear me?
We sure can, yeah.
Great. So my name is Stephanie Millette, and I've been participating in the downtown plan process through comments, so I won't repeat my comments there. But I wanted to advocate for my neighbors, my condo association, as well as 3 other condo associations that are located along the railroad tracks. You can see our homes when you walk out of Town Hall and look down the hill. We are already housing that's downtown, and I feel like we might represent the point of view of others should you move further residents into downtown. And one of the things that I've noticed during my day are sometimes when things go up downtown, for example, the skateboard park, there hasn't been advance notice or conversations with the associations. And one of the challenges for several associations along the railroad tracks is that they are nearly all working family communities. And so while I have the opportunity to attend town meetings, even touching base with my neighbors, most will not be free until 8 o'clock tonight, or they're working a second shift. So I just wanted to ask if further along this plan after it's approved, because it all looks like it's going smoothly and beautifully. But at some point, if there is an opportunity to send the kind of letter that goes out to neighborhoods around sound and disturbance ordinances, like you would for an event at LL Bean, that respect also be shown to residents around the downtown area.
Thank you, Stephanie. That's a great point. We've been trying really hard throughout the last 18 months to do a lot of outreach over a lot of different channels, a lot of different ways. But just this morning, I was having a discussion with the folks at the Freeport Economic Development Corporation, and one of the people on the board is also a downtown resident, and I represent District 1, which includes the downtown, and we realized that we should be talking more to residents of downtown, and we're decided that we're going to try and make a concerted effort to do that. So if you wouldn't mind sending me an email, my email's on the Freeport website. It's dpilch@freeportmaine.com. I would love to invite the homeowners associations to whatever we set up along those lines, because I think it would be important to get the downtown residents involved in everything we're doing. We have heard from a few, but I don't remember hearing from the associations themselves, so I would love to get you guys plugged in. Thank you for the comments. It looks like we've got another Zoomer.
Okay, we've got, looks like Cassandra.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm sorry. So my name is Cassandra Bemis. I live right on Park Street in downtown, and I read through the plan, and it all looks amazing. I noticed, obviously, that our street is proposed as a slow street to divert traffic from Main Street. And I guess my question is, because there's already a problem on our street with folks, it's a 25-mile-an-hour street, but everybody goes 40, 50 down the street to use it as a pass-through. And there's kids at almost every home on the street, and people walk their dogs and take jogs on our street. And I just want to know if there's going to be even more traffic flow, what is going to be done to protect kids and to make sure that the folks go less than 25 miles an hour, and also protect all the pedestrians that use the street on a daily basis.
Yeah, that's a great comment. There's nothing in the plan is solid and settled, and downtown plan aside, since we're going to be talking about that in a few minutes, I know in other places where we've had speed concerns, the police have a procedure they go through now in conjunction with the Complete Streets Committee, where they put up speed monitoring, and they talk about ways they can keep the speed under control if they need to. So if it's an issue now, or if it becomes an issue, there are ways of dealing with it. But hopefully we'll be more proactive about it. So I would encourage you to stay in touch. If we do this downtown residents group meeting, I'll make sure to get you involved in that too, because it's a pretty good concern that you have. And I'm hoping that we don't shuffle a whole bunch of traffic onto Park Street. I think there's other places that we can divert traffic to without having to have too big of an impact there. But yes, let's keep talking for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on non-agenda items? All right. I think we're ready to move on then. So now we're into the 7th order of business, where all the action happens. Our 7th order of business is to take action on the following items of business, as read by the council chair. The first one of those items is our consent agenda, which includes a bunch of things that don't really require a lot of discussion. We can pass them as a group of items. Tonight we have 3 things on our consent agenda regarding donations to the library, 2 appointments to committees, and then lastly, a request by LL Bean to use the park on Bow Street on July 4th. So does anyone have any reason to take any of these items off the consent agenda and talk about them individually? Seeing none, Counselor Pillsbury, would you make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion that the May 3rd, 2022 consent agenda be adopted.
Be it ordered, right?
Be it ordered, yeah. Be it ordered that's adopted, yeah.
Be it ordered that the May 3rd, 2022 consent agenda be adopted.
Second.
All right, any other discussion? All in favor of adopting the consent agenda?
Aye.
Any opposed? So that's 6, oh, are you opposed?
No, but I must abstain.
You're gonna, okay.
One of the
Okay.
people being appointed to the Police Advisory Committee is closer to me than I should vote for.
A relative, for sure, yes. So that passes 5-0 with 1 abstention. Okay, so the next item is what I had mentioned before. We're going to take the downtown vision plan out of order. So normally this would come after our public hearings. I had asked that we put in this item to take this, to take the downtown vision item and move it up in our agenda. In order to do that, we need to kind of break our own rules, but we're allowed to do that as long as we vote and say that we want to do that. So I will offer a motion, be it ordered that item 90-2022 be taken out of order. Anybody have any problem with that? All right. All in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, so that's unanimous, and that passes, which means we are up to the highlight of the night, item 90-2022, which is consider action relative to accepting the downtown vision plan. So I'll turn it over to Russ in a minute, who will present the plan, and then we'll kind of deal with our motion. Just to kind of put context around it, our motion tonight is to accept the plan. Not necessarily endorse it, approve it, say this is the plan that we're absolutely going to implement. The plan includes a lot of things in it. It doesn't mean we're going to do all of the things, and it doesn't mean we're going to start tomorrow. It's a menu for us to choose from. It's a vision for us to march towards. So we're going to, I hope we will accept it tonight, but we still have a lot of work to do and changes to make and priorities to set. So that's the context. We don't anticipate taking public comment on the plan tonight because there's 130 pages and it just got released today. So I don't want to put pressure on people to say you have to publicly comment on it tonight or forever hold your peace. However, there's plenty of time. So even if we accept it tonight, like I said, we're still setting priorities, deciding what gets funded, what doesn't. If you have comments, we have a website, freeportdowntown.me. All of us have email, which is on the Freeport website. All of us have phones, which are also on the Freeport website. Anybody on the Downtown Visioning Project Planning Committee would welcome feedback. So we've got Tawny here, we've got Alex here, we've got Chip here, we've got Mary here, Brett's here. And all of those names are on the freeportdowntown.me website as well. So plenty of opportunity for public comment, just not at the meeting tonight. So with that, Russ Preston from the Principal Group has been our partner over the last 18 months or so in getting this all done. Logan's also here from Principal Group, who's done a lot of the legwork on the plan. Thank you both for all the work you've done, all the public comment sessions that you've hosted and Zoom sessions that you were a part of. So it's been fantastic working with you guys, and I really look forward to this. This is kind of a highlight of my time on the council, so no pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is the easy part. It's all done, right? The hard part is starting. You have to think about what comes next. And I say this a lot, that planning's never over. I mean, when the woman on Zoom said, well, people don't get home until 8 o'clock. So I asked Logan, let's hold an office hours at 8:30 in a week or so those folks can engage. And I think that's the spirit we want to leave behind here with you all, is that this is your town, this is your downtown. You have to continue to plan it and continue to make the types of choices that improve this plan. So like what Dan said is right. This is a guide plan. This is a vision to keep you all energized and moving forward. And that's really, I hope, what our job has been over the last 18 months, is to help educate you, help bring you together, and help sort of give you something that you can organize around to move your community forward. And that's why we do this. That's why I get up in the morning, because I know there's communities like yours out there that are actually making the hard choices to put a vision out there and say, this is what we want to be, and we want to move ourselves forward that way. And I think you're lucky in that regard to have done this now. Not a lot of communities have been able to do what you've done over the last year and a half. So this is a high mark for us. We've really enjoyed our work in town. I think the volunteer effort that has come together around this is really what's made this work. And I should thank all of them publicly. Like, this is a huge shared effort and takes a whole team to do this. So, and we've done this enough that it's the bringing together of many minds like that that actually makes the plan really, really exceptional. And I think that happened here with all the people that plugged into this. So your community really should thank the folks locally who gave time to this, and we just had to help kind of steer the thing in the right direction at times. But they really were a huge help. So this is, I'm kind of here as a helpful guide to the document. It's a of course, we're having tech issues now. Here we go. It's a long document because we didn't want to leave anything on the cutting room floor, but I think it's still very much something that wants us to continue to refine and move forward with. So what I wanted to do was just kind of click through the document to kind of give everyone an overview, and then pour yourself a glass of wine this weekend or something, and read it. It's really meant to sort of be a page turner and all. And I think it's structured to be at a very high level, and then give you a lot of examples of how do you actually do this. So it starts off making sure that everyone who was involved, like I just said, is really part of the team that pulled this together. And out of curiosity, how many people participated in at least one of the events over the last 18 months? So this is all. So everyone, if we could have the whole town listed here if I think we wanted to. This is about action as much as it is vision. It's sort of like the only way we're going to know if some of these ideas are going to be implementable is to take action on them. And I've told this to the council before. It's like, yes, well, what's the one thing we should do next? I said, you do all of them next, because it's this complicated thing of making a downtown work. And it's sort of pushing in all directions, and then something's going to move, and that's going to suck some energy that way. And that energy will pull some of the other things forward. And it's that sort of collective, complex idea of downtowns that makes them hard to work with, but once you get a community together, it's the people that make a downtown special. And I think that's, so this is as much about action and getting motivated as it is, are we going in the right direction? So we start with an introduction, and you've seen a lot of pictures in the walls and everything like that. We've tried to explain that in words throughout the plan so that when I'm not around, or Logan's not around, or one of the team from the sort of steering committee is not around, you can understand what we're saying. So, I think the 5 goals we started out with the plan, I think we've all done a good job staying true to those. I think that was a helpful sort of collective guidepost for us. And I've said this before, but in the introduction, it was important to sort of revisit what Freeport had done well in the past and how we can learn from that. So we really kind of did a lot of research on where you've been, where your communities, what kind of choices have been made in the past, what are the, and how that might affect the beginning of the future of downtown, which could happen, happening this evening. And I think it's important for us to convey the spirit of today, because when this plan is adopted, 5 years from now, someone's going to look back at it and some things will have changed. So this is a snapshot in time. And I think that's the puzzle, is how can we continue, even while we were writing this, things have started to move, and we've had to change from you will to you have done this. So like there's this interesting thing that these plans are living documents. So, I think it's important for us to also think about the region and where you're situated. I think that's a competitive advantage you have that we wanted to make sure is very much, because you're around here every single day, you might not see it, but the fact that you can get on a rail and go pull into North Station in 3.5 hours is exceptional. The fact that you can get to Portland in a very short time period, and the fact that you have a surrounding communities that are all wanting to take the housing market share that is getting pushed out of the Portland area that you might not participate in if you don't, you might not be able to participate in, and that you have told us you want to. So, zooming in, and this is where downtowns are complicated, is they actually are part of the entire town. The whole town goes down to meet each other in downtown. So it's that idea that we have to be thinking about how this very small study area that we could walk across in 10 or 15 minutes together is actually part of the entire town. So I think that's why you're all here tonight, and why so many people have given input, thousands of data points over the course of the last 18 months. And I think that's part of what we really strive to do, is make sure that we're moving a process forward that everyone understands, and so that it's iterative, and that you can see the ideas are refining over time, and ideas that aren't good fall away, and ideas that are really good continue to get better. And I think that iteration is this idea that you have to test things, talk about things, try them, recognize if something fails, and then keep adjusting and keep going. And I think that's the spirit behind some of the early action items and those projects that happened last summer. And I'm really happy sort of with the COVID sort of result, like having to make some adjustments to how we would have normally done this. I think that actually benefited this process, because those early action projects really brought the team together, brought the community together, and demonstrated very quickly, well, where are some of the actual significant issues that we need to address if we're going to look long term. So I really, going back to, the town walk we did really last winter, that was a great part of sort of the process here in Freeport. And this plan is organized around your value set. Like, what are the goals, really high level, and what are the things ideas that come forward later on, what are those values we should judge those by, or make sure they're aligned with. And we've tinkered with these over the course of the process, and I think you should use this as a tool going forward. So at a high level, I can just click back and forth here, and we've made some small refinements to this, and I think if we had more time, we could illustrate probably every single site slightly differently and improve it and tinker with it. And that's where this is an illustrative plan. It's meant to sort of say, okay, this is how you might implement things now, but maybe someone has a slightly bigger site, or some property changes hands, or this is meant to sort of give you something to start conversations with. And so at a high level, in 15, 20 years, 30 years, will downtown look like this? Most likely no. But that's not the point of this plan. The plan is to say, this is the dream. How do we go forward with it? And there's always going to be refinements and improvements over time. So how does this illustrative plan help you keep going, so that things actually do start to move in the direction you want them to go? So at a high level, downtown for all. And I think that's kind of resonated throughout the process. The way that the plan is structured is sort of a summary of the effort, and then what are some very tactical things that can be done to move that overall strategy forward. So that if you're someone who's a big thinker, you might just want to read the sort of the intro paragraphs and all. If you're someone who's like, well, what do I do? Who can I call? How can I help? The action items might allow you to drill down into those. So that's how the overall plan has been structured. We've dropped in a lot of the imagery that you've seen over the whole process. Not all of it is in here, so reference things you might have seen in other meetings if you don't see it here. All of that's online still. It would have been probably 300 pages had we put all that in, which we could do. But I think it's this idea of this is something that is really meant to be a reference material for you. How can you move this forward? How can you pull a couple pages out and go talk to someone and say, this is what we want to do? So then the second sort of chapter here is around the idea of the New England Village. So there's some introduction to this around housing types, around the missing middle housing types, the types of things where it might be walk-ups, no elevators, it might be smaller buildings that have fewer units that have elevators. This idea that there's a missing section of the housing market that's not being delivered. It's not a single-family home out on a 2 or 5 acre parcel, or it's not a downtown apartment building, that's 4 or 5 stories. And then I think along those same lines, if New England villages have a range of housing for different types of people in different stages of their lives, and for different folks who can afford different things. And downtowns work really well, and we heard lots of stories from folks around town who even remember how downtown used to have folks living above shops, and you knew the folks running the store because they lived upstairs. This idea that it's not just about providing housing or affordable housing, it's the idea of providing attainable housing for everyone. The story of well, my son or daughter moved away and now they can't move back into the community because they can't afford a house or they can't find a place to rent. There's sort of this idea of how do you bring a community together and make sure that if, they stay together over the generations. I love this quote. Freeport used to have lots of housing downtown. Like there's this collective memory here that okay, so how did you get here? And I think this is something you all have to recognize is some of this is repairing some of the choices that were made over decades. And it's that sort of frog in the boiling pot problem. And we're seeing this in a lot of communities. I even talked to some folks this afternoon out in the West Coast. Same thing is how can we repair some of these things where our neighborhoods and our downtowns that functions like neighborhoods can start to go back to how they used to be based on some of the choices we made in the 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s. And I think you've all recognized that, and that's come out in the input and is apparent. And I think, there's the good thing is we can go to those great places, and you have some of those already in Freeport and measure them. And we just go out there and watch them and talk to the people who use those places that have that sort of character to it. And that's how you implement it. It's not like we're inventing anything new. We're just resurrecting great ideas from the past and from the heritages of these great New England villages we see around the region. So part of that is building new buildings. And it was been great to kind of see the input on this. Is it from the skateboard park that was popped up last summer to a brand new plaza that's a gateway to the sort of transit station here in Freeport, the Freeport Station Square. And is it a 3-story building? Is it 4-story, 5? Or is it something more eclectic that's a 6-story building? And you can see from that sort of dot range, it's like, well, everyone's okay with the building there. And it's that idea that there's a character in a New England village that has to have variety that I think emerged. That everyone's kind of comfortable with something that's going up and down. And the fact is that downtown, it doesn't have a lot of area for new development, to be honest. You have maybe a couple dozen or 20 to 30 buildings that might be built over the course of a generation on all of these parking lots, let's say. If that's what was to happen, you have to be very cautious about how those buildings come together. Because, 4 or 5 buildings, those 4 or 5 buildings could do things and relate to each other that reinforce this New England Village character. Like if one is slightly higher or one has a different floor or one's more architecturally, there's a variety in a New England character that you have to sort of be looking towards. If they're all flat and all at the same level and all have the same, or all have various materials, you might not feel like those buildings belong near downtown. So I think it's this idea that you're comfortable with variety. It's just how does we make sure that really looks and feels like it belongs in downtown. So we've tried to give you a number of actions for like how to do that. And there's lots of references for how to do that from around the region. So on top of sort of building new development and bringing housing downtown, it's sort of how do you support or make the retail economy more resilient that's in downtown. I think this is where we kind of started. And I remember the first phone call I had with Mary around vacancies in downtown and Amazon and what do we do and how do we sort of, that was the beginning of this. And I think you have a collection of businesses in downtown that is like no other in this scale of community with sort of the institution and the anchor that is LL Bean and their really commitment to this process. They've been participating in it since really the beginning. The idea that anchor is not an anchor a typical town or a main street of your size has. And it's how can we allow that to continue to flourish and be an engine to support a more resilient collection of businesses downtown. And that, I've sort of said this a few times now, it's a third local, a third regional, a third national. So that every other storefront or every third storefront you walk past, it's something interesting. And people will come back because they're seeing those interesting things. And maybe a couple local stores are going to fail. And then in 6 months, something new comes in and someone comes back and says, oh, I saw this new thing. And there's this sort of ecosystem that's more resilient than, a dozen national tenants that, someone sees in every mall they visit. So I think it's been very clear to us that you recognize there's a robust business opportunity in downtown. People still want to locate here. Vacancies are coming up, right, Mary? We're tracking that data. So, but it's the idea that there has to be intention around the new businesses that come in. And I think that's the idea that someone has to go out and recruit those local businesses to take a risk on downtown Freeport and become part of your community. So I think, there's a lot of great ideas about how to move this forward in here. And it comes to the next point, which is once you start to get interest and you start to build up those local businesses, and which is already starting to happen, how do you make sure that the people who come here want to come back and spend more time here? And this gets to the sort of the universal access, the idea that, when you come to downtown Freeport, you park or you get off the train or you take the trolley, you become a pedestrian right away. Or you're moving around at a human speed. You're walking at 2, 3, 4 miles an hour. This idea that walking has got to be central to your downtown and needs to be comfortable. So there's a lot of sort of ideas we have in here about what you need to do to make it more walkable, make it more bikeable, and at the end of the day, make it more comfortable. So a 6, 7, 8-year-old can walk from here to the school and feel totally safe, or a 70, 80, 90-year-old can walk from the library or the meeting house and go get to dinner and feel like they can move around and feel comfortable. And a big part of this, I think this is an ongoing dialogue you need to have, is that downtowns have a network of streets. They have you have Main Street, you have Market Street, you have the side street, the residential street, the back alley where the interesting comedy club is, all these sort of things that happen in downtown. You have a little bit of that, but you could use more of it. And it's this idea that you can reconnect. It's not the access way to a parking lot. That used to be Cross Street. There's this idea that there's these streets that have been lost to parking lots. Let's bring those back. And let's connect those streets back up so that there are shortcuts for you locals to get around in the summer and bypass the tourist traffic. It's this idea that access would improve the daily lives of not just folks visiting Freeport, but those who live and work here. And then we've talked a lot about this, but not just in the context of being part of, really cherishing your outdoor experience and really embracing the outdoors, but from an access standpoint is, how many people walked here tonight? Raise your hands. But that's part of it, is if you live 5, 10, or 15 minutes away, why are you not walking downtown? And this idea that there's a catchment area for downtown that has to be part of the dialogue, that you could walk here or ride your bike here. And we had a lot of folks tell us over the course of Design Week even that, oh, that's too scary, I'm not gonna ride my bike there and all. So I think, these arms reaching out, and the Complete Streets Committee and all the folks on that have done a good job starting to map those routes. Now you just have to go out and make them real. And then all of you will feel more like you're part of the downtown neighborhood. And I think that's sort of an idea around making these connections happen. Why is that important though? Because every time you get in a car, there are implications around sustainability that you're a participant in. And the more we can get folks to get out of their car and drive less miles, that's a sort of fundamental around how you shift the needle on being more sustainable. Sure, we can talk about LED light bulbs, we can talk about PV cells, but it's the mobility around how you get around that's a huge swath of the energy we use as a society and as a community. So I think if you're really interested in making downtown more sustainable, walking and biking and getting people to get out of their car or get here by not driving themselves, and one person in a car is the worst way to come downtown. But related to that, there's a lot of other things to do on top of the mobility challenge to make your downtown more sustainable. And I think the climate change conversation that's happening, I think that's part of what you need to just continue to get embedded into the conversation downtown. I think we always look at some of the big indicators, flooding, sort of issues around sort of more severe storms, all of that. I think that downtown is built here because it's situated geographically in a good spot, and I think that's where heat island effect and sort of the sort of issues around that are probably more of what the focus should be. But I think you have a lot of folks locally already talking about that, and downtown just needs to plug into it. And then I think it needs to be an engine for moving that conversation forward. And I think this sort of imagery around taking what's now a surface parking lot and turning it into a mobility sustainability hub, with a market building and a mobility building, and and if folks haven't seen the photo, there are people that were building productive greenhouses that are lining parking structures now and putting sort of shared use facilities on the ground floor for bike share and car share, And that's a profitable business that they're selling microgreens out of the thing. So it's this idea that these sustainability issues can be solved not as a cost, but actually as an additive to the overall economy of a downtown. And I think that's the interesting solutions that people are coming up with that Freeport can borrow from. So, I think this sort of idea, this is today, and all the gray things you see on that map are your parking fields. And that's sort of the illustrative plan where you can start to see the building back of your downtown, the kind of repairing of those kind of missing teeth in the fabric of your downtown's neighborhood. So, now you're more a sustainable downtown. Now it's sort of how can downtown make it really wonderful and remarkable to be here? And I think that's the thing that's the biggest puzzle and will give you the most competitive advantage for keeping the lights on in your retail storefronts, making folks who live here come downtown and want to spend time and be proud of it, is really embracing who you are as a community, and this idea that downtown needs to be this trailhead for accessing all these wonderful outdoor amenities that are not just in Freeport, but in Maine, that this is where everyone who comes to Maine should stop whenever they go anywhere else in Maine, that Freeport should be the trailhead to the entire state's outdoors. And I think that can become a reality with some of the ideas around this. This is sort of a central theme to how this plan is organized. And I think it's this idea that when you come to downtown, you get the benefit of having alfresco dining at lunch and a nice coffee in the afternoon, and then you can do a 2-hour hike to see a wonderful natural wildlife. And you're still doing this in the culture of an urban place, a place that has a train station that goes to Boston. And that's something that having access to the countryside and having access to wonderful restaurants and performance spaces is truly unique, not just in New England, but throughout the country. So I think this idea and this value you all have come up with is just such a wonderful thing that you need to recognize as special and needs energy put behind it. And I think it's not just the outdoors that could be Hedgehog Mountain or could be the river, but it's the idea of the outdoors right here in downtown too, and caring for those spaces, the bandstand, those things that happen in those spaces now. And I think that gets to the culture, the intersection of the public spaces that you have downtown and the programming and the commitment to the sort of creative community that you have in and around Freeport. And this idea that those spaces, as you read this, it's the idea that those are platforms for programming, for art, for performances, for dance, for movies, for all these things that can bring the arts more centrally into not just downtown, but also celebrated in this block and a half that we're kind of on the edge of. So when you look at that, this idea that, and this is really us just looking at downtown as a platform. And one example of that is where do you put public art so that art is out there and young kids see public art and say, what is that? Well, and it starts to engage a dialogue around how the community actually supports culture. And so this is an idea of where can that start? And I think there's more ideas for how to do that embedded throughout the plan, really. This one I thought was so great. Just an art supply closet. Just the fact that you have some paints and stuff around for people to do art. So how do you get there? So we call these catalyst sites. This idea that if you could get something going, there's a reaction, and energy starts to flow. And that's really our next step: is how do you start to move the energy in the right direction? So we've identified 12 of them, and I think we could kind of continue to go further and further into site by site by site or storefront by storefront by storefront in downtown and recognize how can we improve those sites to be more in line with this plan. But at a very sort of neighborhood level, starting with the sort of really important intersection, that's sort of your 100% corner. And we've talked about this a lot. But that's a spot where, if you look at the existing conditions, and folks, you should read these when you look at the plan. These are really quotes from you all that Logan and our team have pulled out of all of the input and sort of recognize, okay, is what everyone's saying, can we make sure the plan's doing that? So what we've done is then put the sort of illustrative plan next to it and sort of said, okay, well, here's how we think this plan can address that and how these connect. So ideally, we're showing you how you could do a good job and start to actually come and address some of the issues that folks are coming up. Now, are all the issues addressed? No. but it's the point of coming together around a productive conversation around how to move these places forward and be able to recognize that no plan is perfect. There's always these little compromises that happen, but can the compromises lead to new energy that take you in a direction downtown that benefits everyone? I think that goes back to the sort of fundamental value around a downtown for all. And I think that's important to recognize because this is a incredibly, I think the idea out there said sexy idea, I'm not sure, but there was a lot of people who sort of gravitated towards this image. There is a lot of, shall we say, technical details we've still got to work out in that idea that I think you all will have a lot of fun and a lot of dialogue and debate around how to do it. But it's the idea of thinking about your main street not as a highway anymore, but as a collection of public spaces for your downtown. And why not make the 100% corner, the sort of main and bow, the sort of front door to your anchor retail campus, and it's just a unique and wonderful spot that is on postcards that people send throughout the globe. It's that sort of high watermark that I think you should set for yourself here. And, and this started really with, the first time we came here and started talking about what to do about the chains on this sidewalk. But the idea that, you didn't really test this last summer, but I think there's a lot of ideas of like, don't just go start, designing this and working with the DOT. Let's go figure out and try a few of these ideas and refine this plan even further and build momentum with it. And then that leads to like recognizing that LL Bean is here. It has this flagship property that they're continuing to invest in, and that they, has to be an ongoing dialogue. And we've had, lots of discussions with the folks from LL Bean over the course of this, and that campus, I think about it less of a campus and more of a marketplace, and this idea that it needs to kind of connect and organize downtown just as much as other public spaces. But we have to recognize that, Discovery Park is a front door to LL Bean's flagship store. And it's a space that they are programming and that you as the community have the benefit of also using. So I think it's this idea of how do you insert that park into the larger open space and how thinking about it complements the other things that are happening in downtown. And I think that's the sort of wonderful opportunity for starting to kind of augment how the campus fits in and how not only the solutions that are emerging in downtown can support and work together with what the programming and what the investment and sort of vision that LL Bean has for their campus long term. And I think that's really fixing this sort of intersection has to come with LL Bean being a part of it. And I think that's really sort of that interface of where's LL Bean? I've even had people ask me that when I'm walking around. Why do I get to LL Bean? So I think there's an opportunity here that you really are set up to have success with. And I think as we continue to look at the photographs, it's this idea that there are other places around the country that have these same conditions where it's a very significant commercial, a large business that's a locally grown effort that have these very iconic places in their community, and you have that here in Freeport and need to care for it. And then you need the Main Street is Main Street, and you have a very long Main Street. So how do you make sure that it actually engages the entirety of it? A lot of folks have told us, it kind of peters out over here. Well, Main Street should be triumphant from the beginning to the end. How do you make it like really a special street and not just peter out, and this sort of idea that it needs to be a street where people just come to stroll, to take a walk. They come down on Friday night just to see what's going on, not to shop, not to go to dinner, just because it's such a beautiful place to spend time. And this sort of animation that I think we have on the website, everyone should walk. It's the type of space that once you experience it, you realize, why are not all streets this wonderful? And you look around the world, there are places that are trying to do this on every continent right now, is repair their streets so that they function more for everyone that's using them. And that, sort of that idea that you should really think about your streets in a special way leads to the other streets. This idea that they're not just serving service access lanes or driveways to parking lots, that they really are streets that are the public space of your downtown. So, looking at Depot Street and really the connection basically from the train station up Mill Street into Main Street, that sort of area, that is also sort of, a back of downtown, but also a front. You know, folks live down here. We heard that even earlier this evening. But the idea that this could actually be the beginning of where a residential district, a little collection of buildings could happen that start to bring the population of people living in downtown there. And this idea that, you know, Main Street has gateways, but your train station is a gateway too. So this idea that there's an arrival space, there's a front door to your downtown that's actually at the train station too, and benefiting from some of the geography that's here. So, you know, we spent a lot of time sort of rendering that and thinking about that. And then how does that Depot Street then connect to Freeport Village Station? And I think there's this wonderful idea that Freeport Village Station could be Freeport Village Piazza or Freeport Village Square. This idea that you know, by just removing some of those pavilions, you could get this wonderful scaled sort of European style piazza that's right in the center of town that could be the destination for all of your, you know, for a handful of new local dining, breweries, cafes, and that this is the spot where it's slightly off the street, it's wonderfully scaled. These buildings are super easy to retrofit. This idea that this platform you have at Freeport Village Station needs to adapt to the changing experiences that people want, not just in Freeport, but throughout the region. And that's the same thing for, you know, at a sort of fundamental is recognizing that Mallet Drive is a slightly more durable or expensive version of a cow path or a coach road to get into town. You know, so if you think about the colonization of our continent, that this has not yet reached its peak form. This is not done. So this is the challenge now, is to say, well, let's actually make Main Street, let's make downtown start at the highway, where you come off the highway and boom, you're in downtown. Not that you're kind of screeching around the corner at the McDonald's and then, oh, whoa, maybe I'm in downtown. This idea that downtown starts much earlier. And I think this really emerged out of dialogue we had with your Complete Streets Committee and looking at sort of how all those properties function around there and sort of thinking about the limited amount of space you have downtown, that it's so precious that you shouldn't sort of give over a huge swath of it that's really only a 15-minute walk from here, a 10-minute quick walk, to a form of community building that's not aligned with your values that you've told us you want. So this is a huge opportunity for you to like really create a wonderful tree-lined avenue with, you know, very incredible buildings that march you down into downtown. It's this idea of the garden district that leads into downtown. And you know, this was a very quick kind of sketch we did to convey that, but I'm the person who drew it, so I'm going to say it's not good enough for you. It's this idea that street could be just a lovely landscape experience. And one of the things I'll admit is trees are not the thing I really draw well. And I think this could be a wonderful landscape and a wonderful alignment with the connection you want to have to outdoors and all the access that goes up to that part of town. And I think that's sort of looking at the other end. We heard a lot of folks tell us, why are we not doing that on this sort of side of town, heading towards the south too? And I think there's very similar applications that could happen if further studied all the way down, for quite a ways. But the idea that I keep asking this question, like if I wanted to have a big homecoming rally, but not at the school, but in the town square, where is that town square? Where are those sort of, where are those types of, you bring 1,000 people together for an event? Where does that happen in the life of your community that is something that is of a civic character that's worthy of a town like Freeport? And I keep thinking that, the sort of civic complex here at Town Hall and the future park that could happen here, and the idea of this sort of petering out of the energy, like all the way to the bridge could be downtown, really. And the sort of psychology around that has to shift that, like, the parcel that's the fire station and all that, there's such opportunity to just reshape that land to be part of the human experience rather than part of the automobile experience. And I think that's the idea where really you get this, what I've been calling in our office the last couple of weeks, it's West Street, so it's sort of the West Square, but it's on the south side of town. So it just didn't make any sense. So we need a name for this, but this is where, you have this grand, sort of you could slightly tune up the fire station. There could be this incredible civic sort of, town square that happens there. That's really the gateway on the south side of town, and really opens up this idea that town hall, and I had Logan label this a carousel, this sort of got labeled in the last, it's this idea that you could kind of make this a wonderful experience that brings town hall together with the youth in town and the idea of embracing the outdoors and having a sort of fun experience, and then this idea that you have this this really special place at the beginning of your community here. Okay, so this platform around the arts, and this is talking about how you can use what you have better, and this idea that you kind of have these parking fields, and I think, I really want this facility to be successful because the fact that you can have this type of performances and these types of shows here is truly unique. And I think they're going to want to have a second venue, I hope, pretty soon. So this idea that the parking lot could be the summer venue. So you don't go to Tanglewood, but you go to the little courtyard in the back of Meeting House. So this idea that don't use the parking lots just for one thing. Make them town plazas that happen to have cars in them. And you look at some old photos of Italian piazzas; they all had cars parked in them. And it's this idea that you could create these wonderful spaces that still serve the realities of getting here by car, and that they can be used for multiple things. And we see this in cities throughout the world now. This idea that this wonderful creative use of public space that used to be that was bus lanes for parking that they reused. It's this idea that things have to be flexible and very mixed use in downtown. So I think you look at these sort of spaces you have in downtown, and there's such opportunity. And I think we recognize that there are also the realities of housing. I don't want to quote it, but it's, you have several thousand cars downtown. That's not necessarily going to change. Maybe it's going to ebb and flow and be managed better, but the mobility is something you have to manage collectively. So the idea that parking is part of the larger puzzle, and how can you actually use that infrastructure to shape your community to be better? Not just sort of the sort of parking fields, I call it the parking donut. It's this donut of sort of death around the outside of your downtown that, it's hard to walk through. Some people don't think you have parking, but there's empty parking down there, and it's hard to get to. This idea that the parking actually can bring life to your community if it's organized properly, because it's part of the larger mobility system that people use. So let's organize it so that there is some places that, I might not like to park in parking structure every day, but if I circle once, I'm going to go to the parking structure instead of circling 3 times looking for that spot right behind Starbucks. This idea that you could leverage the sort of infrastructure you need to actually do other things downtown. So this idea that a market shed could be parking at times, but then when you have an antique show or you have a farmer's market, you have a Makers on Main, when that gets really popular and you need even more space, you have this sort of civic infrastructure in place. And can really sort of be a platform for how your downtown grows. And this goes back to sort of, investing in what you have now before you create new things, like the idea that you have these parks here already, and how do we make sure that they are tuned up so that they're used even better or they're more enjoyable to spend time in. And I promise Joyce will fix the location of this at one point, but the idea that that Memorial Park is right in downtown, or Monument Park is right in downtown, that it's part of your community already, but people don't even know it's there. I feel like over some of the conversations we've had. So, I think there's a great sort of sense of opportunity there as well, and along that same lines, just sort of these last 2 elements are like you have these interesting streets, The fact that this lines up with CVS is a very intricate urban design move. The sort of idea that you have a termination to that view. But it's just a sort of side street, so it's no big deal. So it's this idea, but recognize that there's potential there on these streets. There's an interesting proportion to it. It's kind of unique. Not every town has that kind of space. So we just think that, as things evolve, this is another opportunity to really repair the sort of downtown neighborhood and encourage smart infill. So what's happening here is that CVS is sort of the corner store. Your youth go there a lot and spend time there. They buy their candy, they sort of hang out. This idea that use shouldn't go away, it should actually be enhanced. So that moves into this building, that gets built first, this gets built second. It still has the interesting relationship with the view to Main Street. And that might be the more eclectic part of downtown, where some of your more interesting businesses go that might have slightly lower rent, or your more funky, smaller restaurants could go there. But the idea that proportion of those spaces is different, and it creates more variety. And the scale of development that could happen there is varied. It could be small, it could have some larger buildings, and start small. We've shown this image a lot, but this is something I hope you accomplish this summer, and you should get some of the kids from the high school to help. It's this idea that, that this street has potential, even though it's sort of, it's not thought of, it has some backs, it has some parking lots, it's sort of a funky space now, so keep it funky. And then enhancing School Street. This is a big puzzle that I think is important to connect to the park down here and to Bow Street Market and to sort of parts, sort of reaching out to further parts of downtown. But School Street, I think, is in this puzzle where you have a hotel that needs a convention sort of parking load. It's sort of the day after Thanksgiving kind of parking problem. So the idea that how can you sort of make that block or two of School Street really be a better part of downtown and make it more friendly to engage. And I think it's looking at, is this a spot for new development and new parks or a new dog park? And I think we heard a lot of folks say, well, that's not the right spot to push all the cars. But what this actually drawing is showing is saying, all you have to do here is just put the parking on a couple of decks and you get housing down there. So there's a net no gain. And then all the spaces that are empty most of the time can be for residences. And that when they do have a big event, there's just a way of managing that event. And a way that those cars become part of the sort of, oh, they're having a big thing at the hotel. There was people parking here and here and here. There's this idea that the life of the community should not be dictated by the parking accommodations, but by the activities of the humans that are in there. So I think that's sort of a way to kind of repair that piece of downtown. So that's a lot, and I think you all still have to read this, even though I just told you all about it. But it's the thing, the thing that a number of your council members have been pushing me on throughout this process. How do we implement this? How do we prioritize this? And I think that was part of a plan that is always a puzzle is the wonderful implementation table. And this is the idea that how do we organize this so you can at least start to see it all in summary and sort of, what might it cost? How might it be done? Who's responsible? So we've tried to organize that into a collection of action items so that you can really just kind of go through it and say, what do we need to do and who's responsible or who should do it? And this is by no means exhaustive, but it's a way to kind of give you some guideposts along the way. So that's it. It's been an amazing sort of experience for, I think, everyone. We really, with COVID, a pandemic, a sort of a number of incredible ideas emerged out of the discussion. And so we put at the back here just an appendix to remind everyone of how we got this plan done and what the planning process was. So when we all forget, we can reference back to it or say, so thank you all, and thank, council, I'm here to answer questions and really, wonderful effort for all. So big round of applause.
Thank you, Russ. Thank you to you and to your team, and to everybody in Freeport who made this happen. This is, like I said, it's a highlight of my time here on the council. So, this is a time for us to kind of quiz Russ, ask some questions. The context I would offer to you guys before you kind of dive in and start shooting arrows is that this represents sort of the culmination of the 3 phases of work we've done, which have all centered around public input. So what this represents is sort of, this is the best and brightest ideas that we've heard to date, along with principals' expertise overlaid on it. Like I said before, it's not the map of what we are going to do. It's a vision of what we could do. So to those of you out there and in Zoom land and on TV, there are a lot of sketches we drew on people's private property. We can't do that stuff. It's just an idea. It's a conversation starter. If you don't like what you see, that's equally valuable feedback for, hey, I love this, and when can we get started? So there's a lot of stuff in here that I know will probably not happen, but there's even more that I hope will happen. I don't think anything that requires town approval, town funding, town property, none of that's going to happen without the 7 of us being involved. I view it sort of like an hourglass. So we've got everyone giving input, being crafted in terms of all the details and funding, how do we make it all happen, and then it's going to come before us to make a decision. So none of this is going to happen without you guys sort of at least being involved and giving a nod at some point. And then I think I covered all the things I wanted to cover. So yeah, I mean, I'm thrilled. From a tactical point of view going forward, this Thursday evening, the 5th, I think it's going to be here in Town Council chambers. We're gathering a group of people to bring more people into the fold on how to help us figure out which of these things to do. So in addition to the 6 or 7 people that have been managing the project to date, all you guys are welcome to come. I've invited the chair of the planning board and the project review board and complete streets and sustainability, and the social and racial equity people want to be there. So a lot of people have expressed interest. So that's a time for everyone to come in and say, hey, I'd like to advocate for this, or I really hope that doesn't happen. That, I assume, will turn into a monthly meeting. I'll probably come back to you guys for how we want to make that happen. But I expect that to be sort of an ongoing process, and that's the group that's probably going to dive in and do all the hard work about figuring out if we want to do Mallet Drive, where's the funding going to come from? If we want to do a park here, how do we make that happen, and who do we hire to make it happen? So that they can give us proposals that are already crafted. So to the degree that you want to be involved in that kind of work, show up Thursday, show up at the other meetings. If you have comments about this, ask away. Ask me, ask Russ. Councilor Bradley, take it away.
So, Russ, Logan, your patience, it's been astounding. I mean, your ability to listen and to answer questions directly, no matter how difficult, no matter how obtuse, no matter how unrelated to what you were really doing, was astounding to me. So, as someone who sort of watched from a little bit of distance, congratulations. And I have bought you some flowers. I want to offer the principal group, and Russ, I'd love to give them to you, but I'm going to give them to Logan. Thank you very much. And because this is the right time to do this, and not because I know what I'm doing, obviously there's been a lot of people who have been involved in this. Call them volunteers. And, you know, it could be Chip, it could be Tawny. But for me, it's Mary. For all the people who have been involved in this, who have kept the lines of communication open, who've kept the spirit high, who've kept the energy going, Mary Hitt Davis, you're a superstar. So, and in the spirit of purity, I offer you these white tulips. Thanks. I'm not going after targets. Now, we're going to have time to ask all the
We're going to have plenty of time, but...
And this is, as I understand it, is an acceptance of all the work that's been done and an appreciation for that. And it's not in any way committing us to any particular decision or expenditure or discussion. Those are all ahead of us, and we're all looking forward to that.
That's correct.
With that, I'm grateful to be here.
Thank you. Mary, I don't want to put you on the spot, but you've been involved with this for a very long time. And if there's anything that you want to say, this was a fine time to step up and give us your thoughts.
Thank you, and thank you for my roses. You are now on my good list.
That's what I was hoping.
You know, as I was getting ready to come tonight, I was reflecting 2 years ago now, my board, and I was saying to you, there's a young in-town resident on my board who Nikki said to me, why aren't there more people living downtown? Where'd everybody go? And at the time, FEDC, we were scared. We were looking at all the vacancies downtown saying, this downtown is turning into something that we don't want. But we don't really know what to do because we don't know what the residents want to do. And so we went on this journey of looking for somebody to help us figure it out. Because there's one thing that I do know. I do know what I don't know, and I had no idea how to do this. So I got on the phone, and I called like 22 people. And they kept saying, you got to call this guy named Russ. You got to call Russ. Interesting, from all sorts of different places. And I called Russ, and we had those goals that you saw in the beginning. We wanted an inclusive process that included the residents, that included the businesses, that included the owners, that included kids. We wanted an inclusive process. We wanted an actionable plan that we were going to do something with. I didn't want to spend, now, in the beginning I thought this was going to be 8 months. We didn't want to spend all this time and come up with a plan that we never did anything with. I see those plans on shelves, they drive me crazy. So we wanted somebody who could help us have a plan that we could make happen at the end of it. We wanted to include everyone. You saw those 5 goals. And when I talked to Russ, the biggest thing that he talked about is all these processes that they had about including people in decision-making and working through the way to have people create a vision together. And wow, look at yourselves in the mirror. We did this. It's so awesome. Freeport is a community that's working together. We're doing things that nobody else is doing, and Russ took us through this process to get us here. You know, we went on town walks. We had people in here. We had people drawing. We had people putting sticky notes all over everything about what they wanted. We had people disagreeing. I mean, I had people come up to me in town hall and say, I don't like that. I'm like, okay, then tell me why you don't like it. So we disagreed. We agreed. But look at where we are now. I could not be more happy and more pleased that Russ and his gang, of which Logan's here, but the other folks that he also has on his team, they're such talented, creative. I mean, I watch people draw things that, yeah, Russ's trees don't look so good. But Carlos is awesome. I think this group took us through an incredible process that now we have an amazing plan. Now, we have to do this, guys, so don't disappear on me, you know, because we need people to get this done. The council's approving it, the town is accepting it, we're accepting it, but now we got to make it happen. So I could not be more pleased to be standing here saying, Ed, is this the kind of plan you wanted? Because Ed said in my ear so often, where's the plan? Are we going to have a plan? Is it going to be actionable? So I couldn't be more pleased that we're here, and I couldn't be more thankful to you, your team, the town, all the residents, all the volunteers that put in so many hours on this. You know, attaboy, Freeport. Woohoo! Now I'll sit down. Can I sit down now? I'm sitting down now.
Thank you, Mary. Wonderful comments. Councilor Pillsbury.
This is for Russ. Thank you for all your work, all the team's work. Just kind of a question going forward. When you leave municipalities at this stage, where do they run into problems? I mean, what do we need to look out for? What's going to potentially slow us down, derail us? Like, what can we be proactive about?
That's a complicated, do we have another hour? No, I think that's a good question, because you know, we've had a few of our plans that we've done move along much faster on implementation than we've had plans that we've had that have languished. And I think the biggest part is continuing to keep the community, like Mary said, engaged in the dialogue so that no one's surprised. And that I think there's got to be a a collective conversation that continues. And I think that takes folks spending time making sure that they're doing that. And I think that's where, whether it's changing zoning or it's advocating for, infrastructure investment dollars for a street or really whatever it might be that you have to keep alignment with in the private sector, the public sector, or agencies that are outside of your control, it takes the community to have energy into that. And I think that's sort of probably the one part that is at the sort of fundamental level. And if that starts to break down, then other things are symptoms of that. And I think that's sort of why we spend a lot of time really making sure that we're building not just a plan, but we're building the social capital between the connections of people in this room and the people who have participated, so that there is a real working relationship between all those people going forward. So I think that's where you have to sort of really, as leaders, take care in cultivating that dialogue and keeping that open, collaborative. You're not going to agree on everything, but let's have a collaborative conversation around it so that the plan can continue to move forward and not break down and get lost along the way. Yeah. It's a good question. That's an important one. Yeah.
And Councillor Fournier.
You mentioned zoning, and it happens to be in tonight's agenda where we're doing some public hearing on that. And I guess my question, have you had an opportunity to look at some of our proposals? Are we heading in the right direction? And you may not be able to answer it immediately here, but I'm one that, we've got a reputation that we're very difficult to do business with and stuff. We want to make sure we fix that. Yeah. So I hope we're heading in the right direction with some of the process we're going through this evening.
Yeah. No, I mean, if your zoning was perfect, I don't think we'd have had to do the plan. I think zoning zoning is always part of the problem. It's also part of the solution, though. And I think that's where, and Caroline and others in the town staff have been involved, and I know there's been ordinances working their way through implementation that have clearly, I think, there's been some dialogue around those, and I think that's been that's an important indicator that you all are open to changing zoning, because a lot of communities are not. And I think that's a hurdle you do not need to overcome. And I think that's a benefit you have to recognize, is that your zoning is not written in stone because you've already recognized we have to make changes and made some of those changes. So I think that just getting folks to that hurdle sometimes takes a very, very long time. And I think you recognize that, and then, and zoning is one of the bigger tools to use to implement this. That's the instruction manual for the future. And in a place like downtown, it really needs to be a key piece of the engine that moves the sort of plan forward. So, yeah.
Councillor Bradley.
Yeah, I can. So I feel a little bit like, the kid who's just been asked to leave home and go to school without his parents. Right. And so my question to you is, where will you be when we have questions about the implementation of this? Is there an arrangement?
No, I'm changing my phone number. No.
What is the understanding between the town of Freeport and Principal Group with follow-on questions that come up legitimately in the implementation of this program?
That's come up, and I think that's a conversation we should continue to have. We love working in places that we've gotten to know and that we can continue to work with. And I think that's where we want to figure out a way to do that with Freeport, if that's what you need from us. But there's also a collection of people that do different things than us that could help move the plan forward. We want to make sure we facilitate those conversations and connect you to those people if needed as well. So I think the implementation puzzle and how we can be a resource to you, if it's just picking up the phone and calling me, go for it. I think, and if there's bigger things, let's continue to have a conversation. But I don't think we want to go anywhere. But that's
good answer.
Yep.
No, and we've had the benefit of working with some municipalities for years now, and I think that's
Yeah.
Russ has a wife and children. They like to escape periodically from home. We can help with that.
Sounds like an invitation.
Yeah. I did have discussions with Russ and Peter as well, to make sure that we'll have that access because I had that same hesitation and nervousness about, geez, if they're going away, what do we do now? And Russ was generous and kind of explained how he's done it with other towns and things like that. And I talked to Peter and I said, can we make that work? And I think there is a path forward for us to be able to call on them when we need them for advice or for something more substantial. So, yeah, I don't think this is the last we'll see of Russ or Logan or the rest of the team. Super.
I mean, thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Russ. I wish I had flowers for you, but.
No, I was going to
Catch
give him to
another
Logan
time.
too, so Ed did the right thing. I mean, yeah.
So I wanted to call out, because we've got some other folks in the audience, Tawny Whitney, who used to sit here and got this thing kicked off, and Chip Gray, who's sitting right next to her, as he has been for a long time. And in front of them is Alex and Trevor Satter from L. Bean, who's been a great conduit for us. So thank you to all of you who have helped. And also thank you to Caroline, who, in typical town planner... Caroline is in the building, but not currently here because she is working away diligently on our next agenda item, which she's been working on for over a year.
She's too busy to.
She's too busy to even accept the gratitude that we're
to
offering
celebrate.
here, which is very typical of her. But she's the single person who I've always heard just such positive feedback about all she does for our town, for the people who want it. There she is. Say hello. You are listening and working. Typical. Thank you, Caroline, for everything.
She doesn't get to just sit around like us and listen.
So hopefully she's eavesdropping on this, which I think is a big moment. I think we're all ready. On behalf of all of us who've been involved, I will offer a motion to be it resolved that the council accept the downtown vision plan as presented.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor of accepting the plan?
Aye.
Any opposed? Good. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So which brewery are we going to?
I know, right? Which brewery are they all going to? Whoa.
It's going to be a tough act to follow. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, very, very Hey, Bob, how's it going? Good. Good. Hi, Katrina. Front and center. When do those roll out? Today?
Maybe that'll be the next one. Boring.
She just poked her head in from the hallway.
Probably here. Caroline. No, there is not yet. This is the group that will figure out if we need reports.
I think it got turned off, Don.
Yeah, I switched it,
Super high expectations. Accomplished on Thursday?
I switched it back to you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Logan, so much. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it would, yeah.
Any idea about what's
Connection to this, if you can just do it on TV.
Yep.
We'll mute it for now.
Yep. When we talk, I'll mute and let them talk when we're. I think you might have some participation. Okay, no worries. We got a backup. can. That's what got disconnected.
Yeah, I can start them. Right. So the few loyal ones who are sticking around, we got a bunch of we have a bunch of shoreland stuff and related topics to talk about, and then a bunch of other stuff, and then a budget to preview. So, I'm the first couple of items here. Caroline is going to introduce. The next 4 items are kind of related. We have a zoning map, shoreline zoning ordinance, a coastal waters ordinance, and then sort of an update to the zoning ordinance because we're pulling the shoreline zoning ordinance out of it. So they're kind of interrelated. If these 4 things go as planned, we have some tabled items at the end of the agenda that we don't need to deal with anymore because these will replace those. So with that, perfect timing. Don't sit down yet. Because are you ready to introduce all the stuff that
Sure.
we've got to talk about?
Somebody forgot a coffee over here.
We've got the zoning map is the first item on our agenda to consider
Oh.
action relative to amending our zoning map pertaining to shoreline zoning.
So you're gonna comment on this?
Me, no.
Want them
I-
to take it out of order?
No, we're in order right now. What do you mean? Do you want to do this?
You don't want to do the map if you don't approve the text changes?
Oh, you want to do the text changes first?
Well, they're kind of redundant either way. None of them can be approved
They
without
don't
all of
work
them.
unless they go together.
Yeah.
Do whatever you want.
Okay. Well, why don't you talk about them both? And the order we have is the map first and the
Okay.
shoreline zoning second.
So the shoreline zoning map that you have before you, so I'll just give you a little bit of a history. So a couple years ago, the town of Freeport tried to update their zoning ordinance to meet the minimum shoreline zoning requirements that the state adopted in 2015. We went through a partial public hearing process. It came back. It needed a lot of changes. So we then brought on Mike Morse, formerly used to work for DEP, is a shoreland expert, and he helped us update our ordinance. We had a pandemic. It sat on a shelf. We learned how to have a really big Zoom meeting. We finally moved it forward. It went through the planning board process. It went through the council process. And then at the council meeting, it came up that shoreline zoning is really confusing. Our ordinance is really confusing. So let's look at it, and maybe there's a better way. So that's why I'm back here before you tonight. One thing that really hasn't changed that much is the map. The biggest change in the map, in which you've gotten a lot of emails since, is that we used to have a lot of areas on the coastline that were Resource Protection 1, and they were Resource Protection 1 because of bird habitat. You pretty much can't do anything in Resource Protection 1, so the state said we can take them out of Resource Protection 1, and now we show them as shoreland zoning. So they'll have setback from the water, they'll have clearing restrictions, they'll have to meet shoreland regulations, but you do have a use of your property. So that's the biggest change you see here. We also had to do some cleanup. We had Jeff come down from DEP. We had to clean up how we were drawing our streams and some of our setbacks. We had to show shoreland on the island. So you have a lot of cleanup in those areas as well. The other big piece of this is that we had digitized our zoning map once, ever, in 2013. So we had a series of amendments. So I'll recognize our assistant planner, Cecilia Smith. She did all the mapping behind the scenes and put a lot of work into this. So this reflects any previously approved zoning map changes that the council had already acted on since 2013. They've all been incorporated into here. It also incorporates the new shoreland zoning changes. And since we had a little time, we did some nitpicky cleanup. The 2 other things I'll note is, one thing you previously approved is we used to have all these red lines along the water, noting where unstable bluffs were. We took that off previously because we were running into situations where we were showing them, but the state had reclassified them. So then people were having to meet setbacks from the top of the bank, which can be really impactful to them. So now, like most communities, we're saying, go to the state maps for unstable coastal bluffs. And DEP is requiring that we have the addendums of the coastal bluff maps, which a lot of people have seen before, as part of our ordinance. The other thing we've had issues with over the years is that we were showing the areas of floodplains, and most of those are low down along the water. And you can see on this old map here, which I'm embarrassed that Peter's even showing it.
What's with this low resolution on the website?
Because we don't have a digital copy, which is what we're talking about tonight.
Wow.
So these little, really thin resource protection 1 areas in the floodplain, we've run into issues that due to the 1970s, 80s flood map data, and the fact that our data is parcel-based, which is used for assessing purposes, that we were not able to always accurately show those area of floodplains. So now we are referencing the FEMA flood maps, and yes, the current flood maps for Freeport, although they've been talking about new ones, are the 1980s black and white version that we now have attached as an addendum to the zoning ordinance. So that's a snapshot. Happy to answer questions. We'll go through some of the more details about the technical components, and we do have Mike Morse here if you guys have detailed questions tonight.
So was part of your comments that it wouldn't make sense to approve the map unless we also expect to approve the shoreline zoning ordinance?
Right, like today, if you didn't approve the ordinance, today's ordinance probably says, oh, areas I've shown as like high-value bird habitat or resource protection 1. If you adopt this map and then don't change the ordinance, then we have 2 things that don't match.
So I'll offer that we might have questions and comments on the map, but after we do that, can we have a discussion on the shoreline zoning ordinance and discuss that first?
We can do whatever you
And
like.
then we can vote on them both, so that we don't risk approving one and not the other. Do you guys have any questions or comments for Caroline on the map?
No, other than what we're voting on in this just re-describes that
Yes, yep.
in the ordinance itself. Or in what we're doing with, yeah, we have the zoning ordinance and we have the zoning map. So the zoning ordinance describes this.
Yes, yes.
That's just the
Right, the zoning
picture's worth
ordinance is
1,000
the
words.
text behind it. So you're like, oh, what does that MDR2 mean? And then you go to this huge book that may get smaller and you get the details. Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so do you want to walk us through the ordinance change as well, and then we'll do the public hearings and vote on them both?
Sure, yep. So I was going to give you kind of the overview. I'll just give you the background of what you have before you, and then Mike was going to go over and give you a more technical explanation of what has changed in DEP standards from 2015 to what we have to put in our ordinance today. So after we met with Councilor Pilch and Councilor Bradley, the idea came up, as many communities do, to create a standalone shoreline zoning ordinance, that it might be easier for people to understand. It was really time consuming, but I think it is a much better product and easier to understand. If you're in the shoreline zone, you get this one book and you have everything in one spot. What we did is essentially we took the last version that you had of the zoning ordinance, we deleted everything that wasn't shoreline and then added out, like we needed to have an amendment section and we needed to have an administration section and, you know, some of the things that we already have in the zoning ordinance. So we took out the standards and then added the sections in. We tried to, if you look at the DEP Chapter 1000 rules, it doesn't go in order. It's a little bit different format because we try to keep the consistency of the current format of our zoning ordinance so the 2 documents would work good together. And Mike's here, I'll let him give you an overview of, he's going to kind of walk through the sections at a high level, and then you guys can ask questions of him.
Great, thanks.
I'll move. You can sit there.
Good evening. My name is Mike Morse from Archipelago, formerly Morse Environmental Consulting. My objective this evening is similar to my objective a number of months ago when we met originally before the shoreline zoning was extracted from the regular zoning ordinance. So I'll hit some of the highlights for the proposed zoning changes. Overall, the amendments that affect shoreline zoning were intended to simply bring the ordinance, the town of Freeport ordinance, into compliance with the state minimum standards. That's both the state shoreline zoning law, statutory provisions, as well as the DEP's Chapter 1000 shoreline zoning guidelines, the Chapter 1000 rules. Some of the standards are going to be a little more restrictive, or I'm just going to say more restrictive than what Freeport currently has on the books. And in other cases, some things may be a little less restrictive. Some of the standards that are unique to the town of Freeport have been preserved to the extent that, my involvement was related to this process. Otherwise, the general theme is that the whole purpose of this was just to make the town ordinance consistent with the state minimum requirements. So kind of blowing through some of the changes to hit the highlights. Definitions, it may sound fairly boring to talk about, but I'm not going to get into great detail, but definitions are kind of the heart of the regulations. What does this term mean? So a number of additions and revisions to existing definitions were made within that section, again, to better explain what is intended when a term is used in the ordinance, and again, to meet and comply with the state minimum standards. Probably the bigger impact change for landowners, I'm going to say, not so much the Town of Freeport Council or the Planning Board, is a number of changes related to non-conforming structures. So just a quick background, non-conforming structures for shoreline zoning purposes are primarily structures that don't meet the minimum shoreline setback. So if the minimum setback from the coastal wetland or the tidal area is 75 feet and you have a house 38 feet from the water, that's a non-conforming structure. Because structures are non-conforming, not meeting the minimum standards, they are held to more restrictive standards, particularly related to things like expansions. So we'd like to add an extra bedroom. We had 14 kids instead of the 2 that we originally planned, or something like that. We'd like to add an addition to our house that we've had for years. Expansions are allowed. They have been allowed under the town's current ordinance, and they will continue to be allowed under these new standards for nonconformance. Essentially, the town's ordinance currently and the former old DEP standards utilize 2 certain very specific metrics, excuse me, please, for determining what the expansion limit is. It used to be, and is currently in the town ordinance, a limit on the floor area and volume of a non-conforming structure. And the more complicated architecturally a structure is or was, makes it more and more difficult to establish for the landowner, for an architect, and also for the town staff reviewing applications to determine compliance with the expansion limitations. The new standards that have been incorporated in the ordinance through the draft amendments use 2 totally separate metrics, and these metrics are consistent with a state law change in 2013 and the DEP rule changes in 2015, as Caroline mentioned. And those metrics are footprint and height. So it's a much simpler way of looking at this. Anecdotally, we don't have any real hard evidence to support this, but anecdotally, I would say the general consensus is that these newer standards tend to be a little more relaxed than the older standards, and that they may afford a landowner to do a little bit more of an expansion. Not in every case. I want to be crystal clear. In some cases, these new standards might be a little more restrictive, but overall, I think the consensus is they're a little less restrictive, even though that wasn't the original intent. So that's probably the biggest change that you'll see in the ordinance overall. And I think the language is much improved. It's much simpler to administer, enforce, and much simpler for a landowner to understand. With any language, there are going to be complicating conditions on a property that might make it a little more difficult, but overall, a little simpler. All right, and then otherwise, moving forward with the general shoreland zoning standards, Caroline already mentioned the removal of the town's regulation of moderate and high-value waterfowl and wading bird habitats from needing to be zoned with a resource protection or resource protection 1 district. That is a change that the state made in 2012, and the town, so far, from a draft standpoint, has decided that's a good move. So it's not, those areas are not required by the state to be regulated with a resource protection district at this point. Just a little quick background on that. There is another DEP regulation, the Natural Resources Protection Act, which also regulates these types of habitats. So don't walk away from this conversation tonight thinking that these moderate and high-value waterfowl and wading bird habitats are going to be left unprotected if the town does not, if the town adopts these changes. The DEP's Natural Resources Protection Act also regulates these somewhat redundantly with a 250-foot zone, not a shoreland zone. The difference being that if somebody is proposing an activity close to one of those habitat areas under this DEP process or DEP regulation, they can apply to the DEP for a permit. They can file a permit application, and the DEP in turn will send that permit application to the Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, the agency that designates or maps those types of habitat areas. At that point, Fish and Wildlife can say, oh, you know, on this site, we really do want to see a 250-foot setback, and DEP will generally follow suit. Or conversely, they may say, you know, we could live with a 100-foot setback because of the specific site conditions on this property and relax that setback. So it's a more case-by-case basis process, review process, and is you know, far more practical. Whereas if this was zoned, if these areas remain zoned resource protection by the town of Freeport, as Caroline mentioned a few minutes ago, it would be resource protection for 250 feet, and there are very limited activities that could be allowed within that 250-foot zone, period. There's really no process for relief. Could they apply for a variance to the Board of Appeals? Certainly they could apply, but that's a very difficult process, not difficult process, it's difficult to acquire an appeal, or a variance rather, from the Board of Appeals. Moving on, some of the language in the principal and accessory structures section of the ordinance, if you're following along in the ordinance, 306, section 306B3 clarifies lot coverage within the shoreland zone. There's a lot coverage limit, and what exactly does that mean? And that language has been amended to clarify. It also incorporates an exemption that the state allows for areas, particularly along coastal shorelines, where you have a significant or substantial area of existing naturally occurring ledge. So when you think about lot coverage, you think about the area on the lot covered by structures, walkways, driveways, and other non-vegetated surfaces. Well, what if you have an undeveloped lot with none of that, and the limit is 20% of the lot area? What if you have none of that, but you have 2.5 acres or 1.5 acres of exposed ledge down near the shoreline? Those landowners, before they'd even think about developing it with anything, they would be shut down because of the existing natural ledge conditions. So there is an exemption built in for certain lots of record based on the date the lot coverage standards came into effect back in 1990. To exempt that rock outcrop or naturally occurring ledge to the benefit of a landowner. It's the premise behind that, I think, from DEP's standpoint, was it's hard to tell somebody that owns a beautiful coastal property that they can't develop except greater than 250 feet back from the water. Section 306N, as in Nancy, the clearing of vegetation standards. There have just been some important, more so for Nick Adams, the code enforcement officer, and perhaps Caroline and her team, but also more significant for landowners in trying to figure out what they can remove for trees within this 75-foot buffer to the shoreline. There's a new plot system based on the number of points of trees, which is based on diameter. You don't even want to hear about it tonight. I can't imagine, but I'm happy to expound on that for you. But there's some clarity added so that it makes it more practical to administer and also to be able to cut on your own land. There are some other housekeeping changes within that clearing of vegetation standards section. Section 306.0, there's a new section added for hazard trees, storm damaged trees, and dead trees. What do we do with this? You know, how do we know if it's a dead tree or storm damaged tree or hazard tree? These trees have been regulated for years, but without a whole lot of definition to it. So there have been some pretty common sense industry standard definitions applied and standards to address if or when replanting needs to occur, if somebody needs to remove a hazard tree or a storm damaged tree, so nobody's losing their life over it, you know, crashing into the house or having damage to a property. Section 306P, exemptions to clearing standards. This is also a new section, but it generally consolidates some of the exemptions to clearing of vegetation that have been in place. And then there are several new exemptions added. For instance, hazardous waste cleanups. If a hazardous waste spill, an oil tank tips over or something within a wooded area near the shoreline, can they remove the trees to be able to do the cleanup by excavating soil? Common sense would dictate absolutely. But technically the standards in the ordinance currently in Freeport and the old DEP standards technically didn't allow for that. So there's just an exemption built in for that. There's maintenance clearing. If you've had a clearing for years and years and years, you're allowed to continue to maintain that. What's that mean? And then there's also an exemption for removal of non-native invasive plant species in the shoreland zone. Section 306Q adds a new section for revegetation requirements. There have been some long-standing policies at the town level and at the state level describing when revegetation needs to occur and how much and where and all the rest. And this just formalizes all those policies. Section 403C incorporates a state law requirement that technically the town has been administering and enforcing all along for at least since probably, I'm going to say 2015, 2014 maybe is when it first was implemented. And that is to say that an excavation contractor that's performing an excavation in the shoreland zone more than 1 cubic yard must be certified in erosion control best management practices through the DEP, through this particular certification process. It generally is like a one-day classroom, and then they have to demonstrate competency installing and maintaining erosion control devices out in the field on a project site. And then Section 403D just adds another state law provision that there has to be a photographic record submitted with an application in the shoreland zone. Basically, the legislature said we want to see we want to have a photographic record of what's there today, what's there for structures, what's there for shoreline vegetation and that sort of thing. I think it's largely for an enforcement tool possibly down the road. Should violations occur, they can always look back to these photos and say, well, back in 2024 you had this and now you don't have that. So then last but not least, there are a handful of changes in the administration section that are mostly housekeeping. They're fairly minor changes. That's it for the changes. Otherwise, as Caroline has introduced, this is I think a very good move to. It's not all towns do this, have a separate shoreland zoning ordinance, but I think personally, I think it is a very good move for the town of Freeport to do that. So it's going to look like a totally new ordinance, but these are standards that have either already been in your ordinance or have the draft changes incorporated into them. So anyway, that's it for the brief summary. I could go on for hours if you'd like. I don't need flowers or anything, but I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Councilor Bradley?
Yeah, this has nothing to do with how I'm going to vote. It has to do with what I'm going to do on my property. So,
Sure.
so do I need a permit to deal with erosion in the shoreline zone?
You have a long-standing chronic erosion problem.
It's rapidly increasing, and I need to address it. Do I need to file a permit?
If it's at the shoreline, it's shoreline erosion, then you would need to file for, it's probably a planning board, or, yes. CEO, okay. Many towns, it's a planning board review, but it may be a CEO process.
Is it in this ordinance? If you don't know, that's okay. I don't mean to, I can look.
Yeah.
Pop quiz.
I can look quickly if you.
No, I don't want to take
Okay.
your time. Thanks.
Or we can chat later or something, so. Yes, a permit would be required. I'm not sure the level of permit.
Just to kind of share with the rest of you folks, what I've done with this is the DEP published Chapter 1000, which I think Mike and Caroline have talked about, which is the model ordinance. The preface to that said, each town is unique and you may have differing requirements, and we encourage you to, ask for differences if you think your town is unique enough to merit it. But the gist of it is that these are the minimum requirements, and we can make things more restrictive, which we've done a little bit, and we can ask for variances within a very limited window. So I had that open, and I had the new shoreline zoning ordinance open, and I went through them both paragraph by paragraph because I had nothing better to do that day. And I came back with a list of 2 pages worth of questions for Caroline and Nick. I kind of identified, the state says we have to do this, we're doing this, do we need to do that? And they changed a couple of things, but mostly they explained to me why things were different when they were different. So I'm not going to have a lot of questions tonight, but only because I went through a lot of this stuff, and I'm kind of happy with where they landed, and it's a tremendous amount of work, so thank you. Do you guys have any other questions or comments before we open it up to the public?
I know, like Mike said, some people are going to like this and some people are going to hate it. It does have things in here that are in state law, and we've had to enforce our own ordinance and the state regulations for a while. But there are some people, as you've received emails, that this is going to benefit, and they will probably be here at 7:30 dropping off building permit applications if you take action on this tonight. If the council chooses to take action on this tonight, I just want to be clear that we're not done. The next step is to send a copy up we will do email and mail to DEP, and once received, they have 45 days to review it. In here, and as allowed, it says that it becomes effective, but they could come back with some minor tweaks. But I just want to be clear that it's not set in stone, even if you take action tonight, because the DEP has the final say. We've consulted with them. They reviewed this draft. We reached back out when you flagged some stuff, but I just want to get that on the record so that people will understand. It's an important piece.
Councilor Daniele.
Did any residents lobby for anything that's in here that wasn't already in?
Nobody came in and said like we should make anything more restrictive that wasn't in there. Anything we added in, we just really put the minimums. It did come up at the public hearing that there's some concern that in parts of Freeport, we have some really small lots and they can only cover 20% of their lot. And there is, based upon past planning board, public input and what DEP allows, there is a provision that you can go get a variance. But to be realistic, a variance is a really hard thing to get. So that was flagged as something that I think the planning board had interest in some members of the community to see if we can get the minimums through. That might be something that we decide if we want to pursue talking to DEP to see if there's any flexibility in some areas to change lot coverage. They could say no, they could say you have a variance provision, but again, it was something that was flagged. Does that answer your question? Kind of not really?
Kind of. basically nobody from Freeport had anything specifically that they were lobbying for in this.
I would say there's two things I've got a lot of inquiries on. Changing the map, because we have people that cannot do anything while they're in Resource Protection 1, so they want that to be changed. And also, we do have some residents, some of them are here tonight, that getting rid of that volume calculation is a big help, and it's going to enable them to add on. So they've been waiting patiently to make the change so that they can add on. So they haven't been, at all the hearings, but they've definitely been reaching out and checking in regularly, and there's some of them on Zoom and in the room tonight that have really been wanting that change to happen for quite a while now.
Awesome. Any other questions? We'll have more time to discuss after public comment too. All right, so why don't we do this? Why don't we do public comment? We've got 2 items on the agenda, technically a map and then zoning, but for the public who is waiting in line to comment, feel free to comment on either one, even though this is technically the map portion of the public hearing. Since we're going to be dealing with them together, feel free to make your comments during either of the public hearings. So, Councillor Fournier, would you read the motion to open the public hearing for item 91-22?
Open a public hearing.
Second.
All in favor of opening the public hearing?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. So, we now have a public hearing on shoreland zoning and maps. Anybody have anything to say, either in the room or on Zoom? We have a hand up on Zoom, I think.
I do.
All right. Why don't we do Joyce first in the room, and then we'll go to Zoom after that. So, Joyce, welcome back.
You could have used my name. It would have been okay. During this process, in the last 3, almost 4 years now, I've learned just how detailed the shoreland zoning really is, and I support putting it into a standalone ordinance 150%. It makes it so much easier for especially somebody who is first time dealing with shoreland zoning to answer their questions and to find the material that they need. So please accept the new ordinance as a standalone chapter 65. I've also learned, though, that not everything in zoning is black and white. And while I understand that most of the verbiage in our ordinance is almost directly from the state statute and the DEP Chapter 100, I want to emphasize that even DEP realized that there are gray areas in life. And that is why, in the very front of their own ordinance, Chapter 1000, Paragraph 2 and Paragraph 3. That's how important they thought it was. They put it right there at the top. Talk about the fact that municipalities need to consider planning documents and other special local considerations and to modify the ordinance into one that meets the needs of the particular community. And in the 3rd paragraph, it talks about different sets of standards for those minimal guidelines, and that municipalities shall document the special conditions and submit them. And I suggest that even though this ordinance gets passed tonight, and I totally hope that it does because there are so many people that need to be able to move forward, that we also need to continue looking at the special conditions. That state statute and that DEP 100, I can 99% guarantee you those people had not been down to Flying Point or down to Sandy Point or other places in Freeport and seen our small lots. We have 50-foot lots. When you talk about 50 foot by 100, and when you talk about the fact that paragraph section 306B3 says that only 20% can be non-vegetative surfaces, that's your house, that's your driveway, that's your walkway. To the point where our CEO gets down and measures each flagstone and adds that up to make the 20%. So you don't get a porch because decks and porches cover and our non-permeable surfaces, non-vegetative surfaces. You don't get a shed to put your stuff in. You don't get a garage to get out of the winter snow. I hate snow. And then the other section, 306N3, which talks about you can only clear 25% of the lot. Again, that's your house. That's your accessory structures. That's your driveway. That's your lawn. That's your sewage system. That's your well. And then you get the fire department that comes along and says trees need to be pushed back from your house because of the fire danger down there, because the roads are so small, it takes the trucks longer to get there. So once again, you've made it so restrictive that on those small 50-foot lots, we can't do much, if anything. And so I think that needs to be continued to be looked at and be written up and some kind of a variance request submitted up. I think the residents, I hope, are listening tonight that own those lots and that they will continue to push it, because DEP gave us 2 paragraphs of ways to help those people be able to make their lots livable. Thank you.
Thanks, Joyce.
All right, we're gonna try this. Hopefully this will be better than last time, Alexis. Why don't you give me a second here?
Oh, that was interesting.
Okay, why don't you try going ahead, Alexis?
Okay, testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Yep, we're good.
Okay, great. So my name's Alexis Grillo. I'm zooming in with my husband, Bradley Grillo. We live on Lower Mass Landing Road, and we are here to advocate for the passing the map and the proposed ordinance. We bought our property about 3 years ago, before the pandemic in 2019. It was a derelict building. It is currently in the Resource Protection Zone 1. And when the zoning, or if these changes pass, it will put the structure into shoreland zoning, which conformance, which enables us to do something much different with the building. So basically, we have been working on renovating this building for the past 3 years. We've been doing it all of ourselves. We've replaced the entire physical structure and all of the utilities, and we're about halfway done, and we just can't do anything right now until these changes pass. So we're literally living in like a half-done construction project. We have been for a while, waiting, because it just feels so close. It's like, why would we build to the standards when the standards are going to change as soon as this passes? So we are just kind of stuck in this limbo waiting, and it's pretty challenging for us. So I just wanted to be here today to let you know that we are waiting. We'll be one of those people at 7 a.m. tomorrow with our just kidding, we won't, but very soon. So thank you for considering our situation. And I also just want to thank Caroline real quick for helping us through this situation. And also, I could not find the Zoom link to this meeting, and I emailed her during the meeting, and like I was so surprised that she got back to me so quick and said, here it is. So thank you, Caroline. And thank you for hearing me.
Thanks, Alexis, and thanks for being patient. It's been a long road. We've got some folks in the room that want to talk, and then we've got more folks on Zoom. So come on up.
Hi, I'm Katrina Van Duzen, and I'm a supporter of shoreline zoning, and I'm here to just talk big picture, I don't live on the water. And I'm late to this process, so I was really pleased to have Mike's summary, because I didn't do Dan's side by side, and but it's hard when there's no red line. It's hard to know what's different. So I appreciate that. And I'm going to assume, and you've corroborated this, that it's based on state guidelines. It does a good job of protecting our shoreline. someone did ask me how the new ordinance addresses sea level rise, which I thought was a good question, and I don't know the answer, and I don't think the state really, it's not really in the state's minimum guidance either, and maybe that's regrettable, maybe this isn't the place, I don't know, but I just thought I'd put that out there. I am involved in the ad hoc climate group, and we're thinking about things like that. And from, from all my different Freeport involvements, certainly the undeveloped eastern shore of the Harrisseekit, our many tidal inlets, creeks, and coastal marshes are important and valued assets of our town, which deserve vigilant protection, and shoreland zoning is one of the ways that we can assure that our coast retains these special natural qualities that are good for water quality, habitat, scenic beauty, and all kinds of things. So I'm here to, I'm not a landowner, I don't have a teeny lot, I would rather see the resource protected than allow more development, more erosion control structures, more of all those things. So I'm just wanting to be on that end of it. I know that you're also going to talk about changes to the coastal waters ordinance because that had to be part of this, and that's where it lay in Freeport, as I understand it. And I'm not sure how much stamina I have tonight, so I'm just going to speak right now. And I know that some of you have heard from me before, and I got involved in coastal waters review of a dock way up a creek because it abutted Freeport Conservation Trust property. And I know there's been talk about trying to look into whether we should collectively regulate where docks are allowed on our small, tighter creeks and inlets. And I just want to say that don't feel like we're done thinking about that with the changes that you're making tonight to make your shoreland zoning or our shoreland zoning ordinance work with the state and for us. I really think that's an important issue, and I would like to still take that up and happy to work on it. So just wanted to make that point. So thanks. That was a big project, and I think it'll be a lot easier for everybody. And go shoreland zoning.
Thanks, Katrina.
All right, we've got another Zoom subscriber here. Rachel, why don't you unmute and give me 10 seconds to get you up on volume here.
Are we good? Can you hear me? Okay, hi, my name is Rob. I'm here with my wife, Rachel. And I just wanted to thank you, council, first of all, for meeting on this topic tonight. And hopefully thank you in advance for adopting the changes proposed in the new zoning map. Thank you, Caroline, too. I feel like I'm thanking everybody. And Alexis, she also helped me find this Zoom link tonight. After years and years of the DEP working with the town to depict the zoning map accurately, I hope it's finally time that these changes are solidified. This area has not shown to be a habitat that requires the Resource Protection 1 designation, as we talked about tonight. It's been acknowledged that the map needs to be updated. And when it does, my wife and I are ready to finally start a life as Freeport residents and to contribute to the community. Hopefully through this new building development too in the downtown. We're very excited about that. This is where we want to raise our daughter. We're expecting in October, and we want to live in a community that wants us there too.
Thank you, Rob, and congratulations on your upcoming family edition.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments from the public here in the room or on Zoom? Seeing none, unless there's any last latecomers. Councilor Fournier, would you move to close the public
Make
hearing?
a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Public hearing is closed. Councilor Fournier, would you read our be it ordered?
Be it ordered that the proposed amendments to the official zoning map for the town of Freeport pending shoreland zoning be approved.
Second.
Anybody have any other comments, questions? All right. I guess we're ready to vote on this. All in favor of adopting the official zoning map?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you again for all the work. We're moving on to item 92-22, which is the new shoreline zoning ordinance itself. Counselor Lawrence, would you move to open the public hearing on that?
Sure, all right, motion to open the public, easy for me to say. Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Counselor Bradley, you're an aye on that?
I thought we just did it.
We have two public hearings. This is the second one.
I thought we combined them.
No, we can't combine the public hearings. We offered for people to comment during either of the public hearing sessions. But,
Aye.
so unanimously passes on that. Anybody who wants to speak who hasn't already spoken on either the ordinance or the map?
Will we close the public hearing?
Councilor Lawrence?
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. And Councilor Lawrence, once again, would you read the be it ordained?
You're gonna have, be it ordained that a new proposed shoreline zoning ordinance, chapter 65 for the town of Freeport be adopted.
Second.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions on the ordinance?
The only question I have is the one Katrina asked, which is the follow-up on our inspection, if you will, of how the ordinance affected small docking areas. Where does that stand, and is that in this?
Next one, I think, right?
Yeah,
Item
that's gonna be in
93
the coastal waters ordinance discussion.
Yep, which is right up next. So I will, Councilor Daniele.
By adopting this, are we then going to look into the paragraph 2 and 3 at a later time, right? Like is that going to come back before us, though, if we do look at it?
Joyce question.
I was just going to mention that. Yeah, I mean, we're not done, I think. This is,
Yeah, I think, it was a big lift to get this cleaned up. I think as we start using it, we might find tweaks that we need to do. I'm already working with the DEP on one possible tweak. I've been working with the South Freeport Water District on some tweaks to resource protection, one zoning. So I think you're going to see me back with this at some point. The planning board seemed interested in pursuing the conversation with DEP to see if there's any flexibility at all with lot coverage on the small lots. I think the consensus was, let's get this through, get it adopted, and then have that discussion. So I think if they're open to it, it would follow the same process. Planning board, notify the entire shoreline zone, recommendation, back to you guys.
Lawrence?
But this ordinance wouldn't change that either way.
Right, this
Right
ordinance
now, I
has
mean,
the
it-
current state minimum of the 20%
And what was it before
lot
this?
coverage.
Is it less, or is it,
Did we
you
have
can't
the
even do anything?
20% in the ordinance, or was it just in the statute before? Do you remember?
Should be in the ordinance.
In the
Should
old
have
ordinance.
been in the ordinance.
Should have been.
Should have been, it might not have been, but it's been in state statute, so we're already having to
So we're already, okay.
enforce it. Yep.
I had a little conversation with staff about this, anticipating after the planning board hearing where we heard some of the same comments we heard tonight about your exact question about how does this get amended? How do those applications get made? I think we'll probably direct the residents, the interested residents who have proposals to work with staff to first float some of these proposals by DEP program staff, just to see if there's any, like if it's a flat out no, okay, can you put that in writing? Can you let us know what it is? We can go back to the neighbors. The neighbors might want to go further than that, either on their own or with us. But just to get a feel for like, are these things that are going to be even entertained? I think there's a few more than just the lot coverage that people have been asking. So that may not happen immediately, but that has to go then. So let's say that the state is willing to consider a tweak to this, something below the state minimum standards because of a special condition that exists, a specific situation. Then Caroline can work with the planning board to develop language that then would have to go through the same process. Public hearing at the planning board, it'll have to come to you for final approval and DEP for sign off. So that's kind of how I saw it working. Caroline, that seemed like what staff thought would work, right?
Yeah, I think, we have a pretty good working relationship with DEP. They're probably like, don't talk to me anymore because we're tired of hearing about your shoreline zone. But I think once we get this through and give them time to review it and adopt it, then I think it's a simple, email to start the conversation and see if it's something worth pursuing. It can't hurt to ask. They could say no, but if we don't ask, we're not going to know.
And now's a good time to do it because they want us to get done with this, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
you know,
now
depending
is
how
not
we
a good
act
time
tonight.
to propose
Yeah.
alternate standards. They would probably be very,
And the planning board felt that way too. Let's not ask until we're on good standing. Then we'll ask.
let's get compliant and then ask for variance if we want.
Other comments? You guys good? All right, so we have a motion on the floor for a new shoreline zoning ordinance, chapter 65. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 6-0, we have a new ordinance. Congratulations and thank you to everybody who's worked hard on that. Caroline, before you get too comfortable, would you care to introduce the coastal waters ordinance that we have up next?
So you guys have kind of touched upon this. I can't remember because I wasn't really involved, but I think it was last spring or something, there was some conversation with coastal waters and the council about limiting the length of docks in certain areas, and there was some question about the language and what it meant. So sometime during the winter, we met Peter, Nick Adams, myself, Mark Morrissey, the current chair, Jeff Stenzel. The former chair met with Amy Chow and Grady Burns at Drummond Woodson. They're our town attorneys to look at that language. So I'll rewind you a little bit because I'm just going to bore you one more time with some shoreline zoning facts. So piers, docks, and wharfs are actually a shoreline zoning standard. They're in that chapter 1000. Most communities, if it's optional, you don't have to regulate them. Freeport has always decided to regulate them. Back when I was young and started here 20 years ago, we had them in our zoning ordinance and we had them go to the planning board. In the middle of 2000s, we changed that process. We took the standards out, we put them into the coastal waters ordinance, and we switched the reviewing authority to the coastal waters. That's a fine approach, you know, we can do it, but we still have to be compliant with the DEP minimums. So we had that meeting regarding the new dock length, and at the same time, it was flagged that if we're gonna start changing standards that are really shoreline zoning, not only do we need to look at adding whatever coastal waters wanted to add, but we also need to be meeting the state minimum requirements for shoreline zoning. Again, we don't need to regulate piers, docks, and wharfs in our current regulations. We're missing minimums, but we're already more restrictive. For example, we have a length restriction of 125 feet. That's not a DEP standard, that's a town of Freeport standard. So what you have before you tonight, I'll just kind of walk you through the coastal waters ordinance. You have a series of definitions that are required to make the ordinance conform with the applicable sections of shoreline zoning. You have a little bit of cleanup as we've been doing in all of our ordinances, you know, getting rid of he, she, changing them to they or their, omitting the fees and adding them into fee structures, which is just kind of a best practice. Removing terms that are defined but not used within an ordinance. Sorry, flipping through here. The biggest changes are going to come under, I believe it's Article 13. Under Article 13, the standards for piers, docks, wharfs, and I'll say other structures. This is the language that the town attorney advised us that we need to consider putting in as the minimum. There were a few items flagged at the planning board meeting, which I will go to. One of the things that did come up at the planning board meeting that wasn't in the original draft is that standard regarding certified letters that was updated based upon feedback at the meeting to reflect the board's current practice. There was a lot of interest in the coastal waters requirements. I'd say the review and the application that came up at that meeting, but that's not shoreline zoning. It was really beyond the purview of the planning board, something better addressed by coastal waters. So that might be something they choose to take up in the future. The biggest change is the approval standards. We had quite a few conversations with Jeff and Mark, the town attorney and town staff, to see if we could come up with some language that could best address what coastal waters was trying to achieve with the limitations in regard to length. And we went around and round on what would achieve their objectives. This wasn't the original language they brought forward to you, and I'll let Mark and Jeff explain that because they understand way better. But after working with the town attorney, you'll see that standard 2 was added. In addition to the length of 125 feet, No part of the project may extend more than 1/4 of the way across the width of a water body or wetland as measured by the straight line distance from the highest annual tide of the shoreline on which the project would be placed to the highest annual tide mark on the opposing shoreline. There's been a lot of discussion on this. So if you have two shorelines, where do you measure to figure how far they can go, and what's something we can enforce and have our code officer go down and see? We talked about mean high tide. We talked about some other options. Basically, this was, I would say, the compromise, and Mark and Jeff are here, they can weigh in, to go by the hat, not taking up more than 25%. That provided some consistency with the way the Army Corps does some of their measurings for 25%. It is further limiting than the 125 feet in narrow places. You know, if you have less than 600 feet, quarter of that, you're not going to be able to go 125 feet. So there are going to be sections of Freeport. Peter and I looked at the map. He can probably rattle off the quick locations that we identified, but there are a handful of them. You did.
The simplest way to look at it is anywhere where the channel is less than 500 feet wide, 1/4 would be less than 125 feet. So anytime you get below 500 foot in hat-to-hat width of a water body, this will start to reduce it. Think of it like a phase-out on your taxes to be topical and current. As you get closer to the, you know, from 500 to 0, the total extension would go down from 125 to 0, I think, roughly.
You do have before you tonight a handout, which I'm going to tell you what the changes are, but then I'm going to change it again on you, maybe. So on page 7 under permit application, there was just a typo that we need to add an and. And then there was some talk that came up at the planning board. There was some standards that, again, the town attorney crafted the standards for us for shoreline zoning minimums. And one of the things that the town attorney had put in there that kept all the way through was regarding portions of a project being no wider than 6 feet. And so that is a DEP standard for non-tidal waters. And so we need to add a standard there for non-tidal waters, which you have before you tonight. But we don't really need the standard for tidal waters. The planning board did talk about it. The recommendation before you was that a float ramp dock project wouldn't be more than 6 feet in width, except for the float. In talking to Jeff and Mark tonight on behalf of Coastal Waters, I think there were some concerns, and they felt that's not something their committee has really been able to vet through, whether or not we want that width. It's stricter than DEP requires. We have the DEP minimum language worked into here, so I think if the council wants to consider striking that requirement, they could do so. But again, because we use this ordinance not only for coastal waters, but for piers, docks, and wharfs and non-tidal waters as well, we do need to add a provision in there tonight.
What section is that, Caroline?
So you'd want to add an 8 approval. I was proposing that you add it as a new number 5, but if you get rid of number 4, you could add number 4.
What article? Sorry, let me start more basic. What article is that?
Page 21 in your current version.
Piers, docks, and wharfs.
Yep, I think you could hear from the public, but you're being asked, I think, to potentially consider striking the recommended number 4 by the planning board, and then would want to replace that. It is confusing, I think, why are we adding non-tidal waters in coastal waters ordinance? Again, we're unique. We are putting these shoreland zoning provisions in our coastal waters ordinance, but they apply to tidal and non-tidal, and other authorities like the code officer who can issue something on non-tidal waters uses the same standards, so we need to incorporate that, if that makes sense.
So just to clarify, the discussions you've had with coastal waters, I'm sure we'll hear from them too, is to keep the item that talks about non-tidal areas, but remove the width about tidal areas for now because they haven't had a chance to look at it.
Yes.
We have to have the non-tidal in there because DEP requires it.
Yes, so that requirement was, the number 4 in there now was tweaked at the planning board meeting, which is why it was highlighted. And as they were tweaking it, I was like, all right, we need to flag that. So we flagged that as needing to have DEP weigh in on it. And they came back and said, yeah, you just need to say, you know, it needs to be like dimensionally, there's a standard that we have in there. But you don't need an actual width requirement, but you do need to acknowledge the non-tidal. There was also one other standard that came up at the planning board that got a lot of public interest, and that was on page 23. It was the last one, I think it's standard 16. When not in use as a functionally water-dependent structure, all temporary portions of a project shall be stored to meet the required shore setback of the applicable shoreland zoning district. So a lot of these projects that get installed are seasonal, so they'll keep portion of the pier, but they take the floats or the ramps out. You know, people like to take their floats and store them in different places, but when you take them out of the water, you're storing them. They're not dependent on that water. They think of them as turning into structures, and structures in the shoreland zone have setbacks because we don't want people clearing vegetation, ruining vegetation. So people don't like that standard. So we did reach out to DEP. They said, you don't need the standard in your ordinance, but that is a policy decision by DEP, and that's how you need to be enforcing it. So to make the enforcement clear, they said we are better off to have it in there because that is how it's interpreted. Questions? And I have Mike who can answer any technical shoreland questions. We have Mark and Jeff here from Coastal Waters Commission.
Mark, Jeff, do you guys want to speak before we do the public hearing?
Do you understand this?
Good evening, I'm Mark Morrissey, Chair of the Coastal Waters. I just want to basically support what Caroline just said about striking the sorry, I can put my glasses on here. I thought I could read it, I can't read it. Striking the projects in the tidal areas. The other issue with our changes is with these changes. Coastal Waters had also wanted to make some housekeeping changes to the ordinance themselves. We didn't see this coming as quickly as it is. So we're not opposed to this tonight. We just want to let you know that we also, as part of this, want to make some housekeeping changes to get everything up to date, everything up to snuff, along with the shoreline zoning. So we will be coming back to you guys down the road, hopefully sooner rather than later, with these updated changes. A lot of them are housekeeping things. Some of them are a little bit more than that, but we want to let you know that that's what are on our agenda.
Awesome. Yeah. Would they need to go back to planning first before coming to council?
Sure, we talked a little bit about it. It's confusing, the ordinance is confusing as far as process because that one section and associated definitions come under shoreland zoning. So if they do anything impacting the shoreland zoning, has to go to the planning board, for which, if it applies to everyone, we have to notify all 800 property owners. So, Mark and I had talked about that a little bit before. I said if they want to go through and do their cleanup, we can look at it, make sure nothing's shoreland zoning, or if it is shoreland zoning, help them through the portions on that. But it sounds like a lot of the changes they want to make, some general housekeeping, number of copies, some mooring provision to be local standards, that wouldn't trigger the shoreland zoning process, but we're happy to work with them.
And maybe do the shoreland zoning stuff all at once so that you only have to notify, people aren't getting peppered with notifications for different ordinance amendments, and they can do everything without doing the notification until you get to the shoreland zoning stuff, right?
Yeah. Anything that's not shoreland zoning, they could take action on just their committee and recommend to you. The second you trigger the shoreland zoning, we have to follow the state requirements, and then we have a very generous notification policy in the shoreland zone.
Could we just table it from right now, because we've already noticed all the shoreland zoning things?
I think you could table it. You could, we don't know what those changes are. They're not changes we talked about as part of this process. Whether or not you'd have to go back and start this all over again, I think depends on the changes that they want to make. I mean, if they're still supportive of bringing forward the minimums and their compromise requirement that the town attorney helped us work on the length, I think you could, again, get this through. DEP's reviewed it, they've weighed in. We could get their feedback, get their ordinance compliant with the rest of our ordinances. If we send everything else to DEP and not this, I don't know what kind of feedback we'll get back from them, because they have been looking at it and they know we are working on getting everything compliant.
Or maybe Mark can weigh in, but are any of the things that you guys are looking at in that section, is it 13, piers, docks, and wharves? Or any of the things that the committee is wanting to act on, or maybe Todd can weigh in too, I don't know. I don't know who's thinking what. Mark. Sorry, Mark, you've been thrown under the bus. Because if they're not in 13, then it's a moot point. We won't have to renotice it, right? So-
There's only a few clarifications, not substantial changes.
Okay.
That we're looking at. And we may decide, by the way, I'm Jeff Stenzel on the Coastal Waters. We may decide that it's not worth triggering that notice requirement and changing that part, changing the shoreline zoning.
But if we don't move on this tonight, then we don't have the more restrictive dock language in there, and we still have the issue that you guys brought to us in the fall, which is about people building long docks in small spaces.
And we're also not fully compliant on shoreline zoning until we fix Article 13 in this ordinance. I don't know if that would be a breaking point for the state, but it might be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sounds like, based on the conversation we had previously with the Joyce started, and we may wind up with some shoreline zone stuff anyway. We may have another notice that needs to go out in a handful of months, however long it takes. So, Jeff, Mark, and Todd, if you guys have stuff, I would not jam the brakes on, but keep the wheels turning. And if depending on how pressing it is, if it's stuff that can wait a month or so in order to better coordinate with other stuff that's coming with shoreline zone, that would be great. So yeah, but definitely I wouldn't just abandon stuff that you have in the works.
Put it in the queue.
Yeah, put it in the
with
queue,
other-
yep.
Plan a veto date for a couple months from now.
Yeah. Yeah. Councilor Fournier.
I got one question, Caroline. I'm not sure. That's that section that you explained about temporary structures being moved. So I'm envisioning, we put some wharfs out for some local lobstermen or whatever, and they pick them up so they won't get damaged by the ice. So the way I'm reading this, it's going to be a setback that may require them to put them up on, if you're off a ledge, where that dock may stay on the ledge at this point, be tied off to a tree. Now they'd be required probably to lift them up and put it on the mainland with a certain setback from that water. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, you are reading that correctly, and I think that's part of the concern. When we've had people come in on the island district, there's been some of those, and if they show them storing them on vegetation, down near their water, they've got to move them back to whatever the required setback is. So you're right, which is why I said people don't like it, but that is how we need to be enforcing it. We don't want them damaging the vegetation or removing vegetation and storing them in the shoreline. I think it might have been Carter that said, some people are going to have to not store their docks or the float section on their own property because they're not going to have the room. They're not going to meet setbacks.
Or when we get a nor'easter comes in, the dock gets torn free and comes up against the side of the coastal water, and there goes your vegetation too. You can argue that both ways. I guess I get some concern on that. Is this a DEP requirement?
What they said to me is we don't have to have it in there, but we need to enforce it that way. If you don't have it in your ordinance, it makes enforcement difficult.
Oh. Could you elaborate, or maybe they didn't give it to you, but what would it be enforced under if it's not in our ordinance? Is there a state standard?
We didn't get into that. He just said, I can read you actually his direct quotes, and actually, it off the top of your head probably.
Is that anything Mike can provide feedback on? He's probably the guy, so.
Sure. I'm not sure I'm going to find it quickly in your ordinance. I'll summarize based on the DEP Chapter 1000 regulations. That is, there's a limitation to the number of piers, docks, wharves, or similar structures that can be located in this particular area on a single property. So you're allowed to have a single pier, ramp, and float. That is considered to be one structure. But what they're seeing more and more is float storage either directly on a coastal wetland area, the high salt marsh or something like that, or the mud flat over the winter and tied to a tree. And in some cases, there's no impact, in other cases, there may be some impact. Or conversely, folks will construct what's called a float haul which is some, like a couple timbers on some posts that you drag or winch your float up onto to keep it above the coastal wetland. But at that point, the float is no longer functioning as a functionally water-dependent structure. It's like a shed or a house or a garage. It's not a water-dependent structure at that point, and it's in the rules just on account of that. I would agree that this helps to clarify and gives the town some strength to be able to enforce it more clearly. But without that standard, I think the town certainly still can under the other provisions. So, thank you.
Do you guys want to?
Thanks, Mike.
Open the public hearing so we can hear from the more folks on this. Councilor Daniele, if you wouldn't mind doing that.
I move to open the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Lawrence. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that's 6-0. So, yeah, go
I
ahead,
just want to
Mark.
circle back to where Coastal Waters is in favor of these changes. And we were a little more concerned, but when Caroline talked to us earlier and said we're going to have changes down the road that we're going to have to address, and this is a live working document that we can certainly work around those changes, and nothing we have is pressing that we need to have separate items. So I just want to clarify that.
Thanks, Mark.
Okay. Got one in the room and one on Zoom.
Mr. Becker?
Thank you, everyone, for keeping this train moving forward. We need shoreland improvement. Please do not delay it. There's desperate people that need it now. All I ask is, as Caroline mentioned, number 4 or 5, whichever version you're looking at, strike it. We'll deal with that down the road, but keep the train moving forward. You've done good work. And it sounds to me like we're all willing to work on it further down the pike. So thumbs up, let's keep going. Good work. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Carter.
All right, I've got Tim Forrester from Zoomland.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Tim.
Yep. Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Tim Forrester with Atlantic Environmental. I've been an environmental consultant for 20 some odd years and done quite a lot of permitting on dock-related structures all over the state of Maine, and a bunch of stuff in Freeport specifically. I fully support the changes, and I will admit I'm a little lost at what can be changed and can't be changed with coastal waters as this moves forward. But I guess that's my own dilemma to sort out, and I'll do my best to stay involved with them as they move forward with this. My only real comment is I agree with Carter as well that striking that one section, it is a bit redundant. You know, the DEP already regulates tidal docks, and they won't let you have a non-commercial dock wider than 6 feet. The issue of float storage and float haulouts is a tricky one. Over my whole career, I've worked to get people to get their floats out of the resource, and we achieved a lot of that by building float haulouts, but doing them correctly so that, you know, when you build a haulout, you put it up over ledge, or maybe somebody has existing lawn areas where you're not damaging, removing trees, or, you know, expanding non-conforming issues, things like that. It's a funny kind of weird thing. You know, Mike's correct that shoreline zoning says you're allowed 1 pier dock wharf or similar structure, and there is no definition of a haulout right now. But we can currently, if you attach a haulout to a pier, it becomes part of that one structure, and you can get approvals for that stuff. So I guess what I'm saying is, you know, as it stands right now, you can go to DEP and they will give you a permit for a haulout. And if you strike it down, you're going to end up with a situation. Well, I mean, for one, there are people that have been storing these things for a long, long time, some not correctly in the resource, on the salt marsh, on the mud flats. And yeah, that should be corrected. But I can't see it being feasible for enough marine contractors being able to run around every spring and every fall and install and take out every single float that exists. You know, maybe Carter could comment to that as well. It just doesn't seem like you could achieve that. So I'm hopeful that there can be more discussions about better ways to store things. You know, if you lived on an island and you had a small lot, you know, you'd have to tow your float to your island and then tow it back to the mainland. And you know, you wouldn't have you couldn't store it on your own place. It just doesn't seem fully correct to me. So I'm hopeful that discussion can keep going on that front. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Any other public comment from folks in the room or on Zoom? Councilor Fournier.
I got a question for Carter. Maybe you can help me out, Carter. Could you haul a fair number of wharfs and stuff annually. Does this have a detrimental effect on your customers or fishermen that are out there with this proposal, or not?
It absolutely does. Some people have large expenses in removing their floats entirely from the marine estuary and setbacks. I'll let the elephant out of the bag. We're talking 75 feet is what that could be in the shoreland zone, 250 feet. I'm not really sure. It's in a different ordinance. It's not the hat anymore, above the hat. So floats will have to move substantially far. That's not bad environmentally, but it is an inconvenience for a lot of customers that have traditionally done it. And nothing like this happens overnight. This will be evolved over a long length of time. New solutions will be found for those floats as long as we don't hit with a hard-hitting enforcement. We can get everyone to a good environment, working environment. So I caution, but I do not stop. I welcome it. I'll go with Tim Forster. I agree. We need to keep that conversation going with Waze. He has been working for his whole time trying to get there. He has a lot of great ideas. I agree with them. But to get this through and keep us legal, let's keep it moving forward and be open to his discussions and going forward, not be, this is our law now, let's go with it. So I really urge us to continue working with Tim and other people to customize it to our facilities of our town. That's the important thing here. But right now, let's go, and there will be affected customers. And it's really up to how we enforce for how it's going to hurt. And there are solutions. That's what problems are. There's solutions looking to be had. Well, we'll find them. That's our job. So I hope that answers you.
Yeah, I think I'm hearing coastal waters as well. If you looked at this down the road, maybe we'll come up with some other solutions. Cause yeah, okay, thank you.
But I think so. Mark, Jeff, Todd, Carter, Tim out there in Cyberland. What I'm hearing from up here, correct me if I'm wrong, counselors, is that if DEP changes their stance on that, the town would be 100% comfortable with revisiting that up from the council level, right? Like, there's not, at least examining it. If Coastal Waters brought something forward, if Mark if Tim or anybody working with the department was able to get that interpretation changed or the standard itself changed and Coastal Waters wanted to put something forward, I don't think there's any reluctance to, we're only putting that in there because DEP has told us that's their expectation at this time. So when that changes, you guys get on that, and when that changes, come back and talk to us.
And we can help influence DEP. They live by statutes, not memos, so we can help guide them as a town to what works for us, and they will listen to us. but we can help guide. It's not a one-way street with DEP. They listen to us, we listen to them, so it's up to us to help guide them with our situations.
They also listen to the legislature.
Yes, they do.
Go forth.
Councilor Bradley?
Yeah, again, I don't know why it is. I mean, this was my whole career being a marine attorney, and I never understand these conversations. I just don't. So I have 2 floats that come onto my shore every winter from an aquaculture project. They will now be illegal without being permitted if something happens.
They know.
Huh?
I think DEP considers them illegal. I don't think
Well,
the
let
towns-
DEP come and say something. What about in by ordinance, the one that I'm being asked to vote on?
Yes, we, the municipality, enforce the shoreland zoning, and as Mike said, they're considered non-water dependent structures, and so you need to meet the structure setback on your property, whatever it is. Usually it's 75 feet from either the high water mark or the top of the bank. So I look at it a little bit different way. We're doing it. That's how we're told that we're supposed to enforce it. We don't need this standard, but it's not clear.
And where is it in this statute, in this ordinance, that it is going to be illegal if I raise my hand and say yes?
Page 23?
I think that the clear standard, or the clearest standard, is on page 23 at the top, that second paragraph down, number 16. If we don't have it in there, then you're gonna have to know that it's not functionally water
Caroline, help me,
dependent.
please.
Just
What
the
document?
last, of this 2-page document, it's the very last one. That is the last one here. If you have this shorter 2-page one, it's the very last paragraph.
We do?
You have 2 coastal waters ordinances tonight, that's.
Oh, maybe that's what's.
It's got a copy right there, though.
When not in use of functionally water, but all temporary portions of a project shall be stored to meet the minimum shore. Okay, so if this wasn't in here, Nick would not come to me and say, those 2 floats that you're storing and have been storing for 22 years on your shore are in violation of us. He'd have nothing to say about it.
He could come to you today, but he'd have to cite in a very confusing way why it's not. Like what Mike was saying is that Nick would cite you and say, you have a structure, it's not functionally water dependent. You have to meet the shore setback in your district, which is X, instead of reading,
How can he do that if he has nothing in our ordinance to say that?
because we regulate structures. We regulate structures in the shoreland zone in their setbacks. They are looked at non-functionally water-dependent structures when you take it apart in the off-season, the floats.
So a float that's water dependent because it's connected to a dock or to the mainland, in the winter when it's disassembled and put in the cove so it won't get destroyed by the ice and winter weather, becomes functionally non-water.
Yep, non-functionally water
And
dependent.
Nick can then go to something in the shoreline zoning ordinance that says, I need a permit to do that.
He's gonna say you need to meet the setback to do that. So you're gonna have to move it and probably not store it. You know, the other point that Jeff made before is that some people will store their gangways in the off-season on the pier itself, and that is some way that people can store components, but not physically on the land that the regulations try to protect.
I mean, over the water.
Yeah, again, you can strike that, you don't need it, but it's not clear.
But
Because we're enforcing it as a structure, and, you know, you make the point, like, it's weird to think that it suddenly turns into a non-water dependent
It sure is.
structure in the off-season.
I'd like to keep that argument available to the hundreds of people that are going to have to move their floats and other things that they're currently storing along the shore and have been historically. You're adding, I don't know what Carter could calculate how much money he's talking about, but these people would be to find an alternative location for this and to move it off the water and bring it up onto the land. It'd be a huge expense for what is essentially a family aquaculture venture.
And that's exactly why we went back to DEP to confirm, because there were concerns raised at the planning board. It's inconvenience, it's a expense, it's not current practice. So we did, that's why we went to clarify
You
it.
went back to the DEP and they said, you have got to enforce this?
This is the direct quote. I said, you know, look at that standard 16. He said, "It is not required to be in the ordinance, however, it's a correct interpretation of the requirements of the dock section, and having it in the ordinance makes enforcement much clearer."
Yeah, I'm going to move to strike this because I just am upset by it.
But what they're saying is,
I don't care about DEP. I'm a counselor in the town. I know, go ahead, I'm sorry. I'm just upset about the DEP.
Yeah, I get that. I don't like
Don't get in my way.
doing that, but, yeah. But
Sorry.
what they're saying is that they can enforce it now. It's shoreline weed.
No, it's very.
We have to.
No, it's ambiguous.
And
We've
it's-
got all these confusing statements coming from everywhere, but we're gonna clarify it by making it clear that these people in our town can't do this. And I'm saying, let's leave it confusing. Let's leave these people free to make the mistake. And if somebody wants to come and tell them, and I hope Nick won't, we may have to have that discussion up here, but I'm hoping the ambiguity will convince Nick he's got lots of other things that are much clearer to do than to go pick on all the people along the shore who are going to have to deal with this issue, because we wanted to make it clear. I don't want to make it clear. You know, if DEP wants to come down here and put an enforcement guy down here and take him to court, let DEP make it clear. But I don't want to make it clear for all the people in the town of Freeport who have been doing this for years, because somebody in DEP says, well, it's not clear and this is how you could make it clear. I don't want to make it clear. I hope that's clear. Sorry
Clear.
to be so strident.
Councilor Daniele?
DEP is saying it's clear, right?
No.
They're saying that we,
They're saying it's a correct interpretation, and that's how you have to enforce it, but as of today, in our current guidelines, you don't have to put it in there.
Because
That's
it's already,
how
because
it's
it's already in
interpreted
there
and
where it says
enforced.
non-functional water-dependent uses cannot be located
In a
within
backwards
75
kind
feet
of
of the
way.
water.
Yeah.
It's a DEP problem.
Just like you can't put your lawn chair in your patio within 70, your Adirondack and patio and fire pit within 75 feet of the water because it's not a functionally water-dependent use.
But again, my lawn chair doesn't look anything like my float, and it isn't used like anything like my float. I'm happy to have that argument with DEP if I'm the guy who's gonna have to spend, I don't know, $2,000 every year to move the float up on the land or wherever it's permissible. Yeah, I may be totally alone in this, but that's how I feel. Can I ask another question while I'm
Sure.
ranting?
Yeah.
So,
Keep it going.
yeah, really. I'm another area here that seems to be new, and I'm asking right now, is the whole question about moorings outside the harbor. It seems to me that,
A separate agenda item you have tonight.
Yes.
I know
It is-
nothing.
it's brand
I know
new,
nothing
yes.
about that one.
okay, so I can wait to rant on that one?
Yes,
Thank
please.
Will somebody tell me when that time is coming?
2 weeks
tell
from
you.
now.
2 weeks from now?
Well, we're setting
You're going to
public
set a
hearing
public
tonight.
hearing to rent.
Thank God. Sorry.
And then in
I'm sorry to
14
be get so emotional about these things, but boy, sometimes it just seems like an awful lot to lay on people when, you know, and I'm surprised there aren't people here saying this.
You tell me to try to make these things clear. I'm trying to do it, Ed.
Yeah, but I'm surprised that it's so clear that people aren't here saying what I'm saying.
Well, I think
It's come up. It's been flagged as a concern,
I
definitely.
think to get to Ed's point, though, this has been identified as an issue for at least the past 5 years here, and you haven't gotten any letters yet. It is a minor, has been identified as a minor violation that's on a couple hundred parcels in town. I don't think the town's gone after it yet because there are much bigger issues to deal with, to get to your point, like the list of, 30 major things that Nick's got that's a year and a half out on enforcement. I don't want to give the impression that go ahead and do it to everybody, but it's not at the top of the list. It is a minor violation, and that's been pretty clear for 5 years.
You know, the planning board has seen a couple of these in the Island District Project Review Board. But, one of the things that they're doing is when someone comes in, when we look at the application, we say, where are you going to store it? You can't store it there in the shoreline zone. So that's another proactive approach we can take as they're reviewing these applications for new ones. When they come in, everyone's aware now that can be interpreted this way. You can't store it there, and we can be teaching people as they come in with their new docks.
And is it
That
fair
we
to
need to
assume
have
that the project review board could not approve an application if it was located in the shoreline zone and they could require it to be moved?
The Project Review Board does so few. They've done like 2 in the past 10 years, but we happen to have a couple in the Island District.
But I mean, I'm just saying, going forward, it could be corrected so that only the legacy ones are the issue, correct? Sorry.
I think
Project
that's a
Review Board people.
conversation for another day.
And coastal waters this would apply to them as well as you
Yeah,
do
they're-
new dock pier.
They do the
More
majority of them,
applications,
but,
yeah.
if we don't want the standard in there, education and teaching people, especially as they come in with new ones, they can flag it so that they know.
Councilor Fournier.
My issue is, if they're taking a dock and they're putting it in tidal areas where there's grass or whatever and throwing that up there in the wintertime, I got a problem with that. Where I don't have a problem is he lives down there and he's got, 15 feet of ledge out there, and he comes up and, yep, he's going to take a little bit of rockweed off the ledge there maybe, but that rockweed's going to grow back on. And I am very uncomfortable giving another tool for someone to go down and enforce this. We can sit here and say, oh, maybe this won't be enforced or whatever, but guess what? I have a beef with Chip here, and I'm going to come up and say, you better enforce it against him because it's on the books. I'm uncomfortable on this. So if we want to address the area of where there's seagrass going in or whatever and tidal areas like that, I'm comfortable. I'm not comfortable coming in and just doing every shore around the community here, I think is a big problem.
I think the tidal areas are already covered. You can't do that today. I think the question is if you raise the float up over the top of the bank and want to store it, 5 feet from the top of the bank, you can't do that anymore.
You're 70 feet
It has
too
to be
close.
75 feet now, which
But if
is
you have a ledge, you
impractical
can,
for some
right?
people.
Can't you put it right on top of the ledge?
Are you going to clarify the conversation?
Sure. I don't want to interrupt your conversation.
How we doing, Mike?
Please do.
Very well. Doing very well. I want to clarify two quick things. There are two separate standards in the ordinance. One is this provision that we've talked about. It says, when not in use as a functionally water-dependent structure, all temporary portions of a project shall be stored to meet the required shore setback, et cetera. That's that extra provision that DEP has suggested is going to be helpful for enforcement. While we are having this discussion, I did take a look at the ordinance language otherwise, and under Section 8A, Roman numeral 3, it's on page 21 on the document that I pulled off of the website.
Which document, Mike? Is this the
It's-
shoreline zoning ordinance itself?
Coastal Waters Commission ordinance.
But it's not the one that we.
Hold on, I'll put it up on the screen for you. What page and section, Mike?
Page 21, Section 8A, Roman numeral 3.
Yep. One.
Yeah, we don't have that document.
8A, Roman what?
Roman numeral 3, right at the bottom. So this standard says, this is that other controlling language that is not in the town's ordinance today. And this is one of the proposed changes, and it just falls under this umbrella. If the town wants to continue to regulate piers, docks, wharves, and other structures, then the town needs to incorporate this core language. This is right out of the Chapter 1000 DEP rules, where it says specifically no more than one pier, dock, wharf, float, or similar structure extending or located below the normal high water line of a water body or within a wetland is allowed on a single lot. That's that controlling provision. If the council decided, let's scrap that other provision I first mentioned, that is kind of the recommended language, and you scrap this, if you scrap that recommended language, I don't think DEP can do anything about that because it's not in the state's language. It's not in statute and it's not in the Chapter 1000 rules. If you decided to scrap this language that we just talked about here, no more than one pier, dock, wharf, et cetera, then I can't predict what DEP is going to do with that, but I would imagine they would issue what's called a conditional order, a department order, conditional approval, where they would approve the amendments, but they would add this as a condition. I can't promise that, but I would envision that they're going to do that for this type of provision, which in effect means the town has to enforce it off of the DEP's conditional approval. So it's saying, we'll approve the ordinance, but you also have to apply this standard.
But doesn't this only apply? Sorry, doesn't this only apply to applications for new projects?
Correct.
So anything that's in the past is in the past as far as that provision is concerned.
That's how I would view it.
Yeah, that's how I would view it too.
And this,
so we could get rid of the clear one that I argue is too clear for Freeport, and this one would still apply for prospective projects, and they would know going in that they can't do that. It seems strange to me. I mean, I don't know how many frontage feet I have, but say it's 2,000, okay? And I can only have one float on 2,000 feet, whereas the projects that Joyce was talking about earlier, which are 50 by 100, can each have one. And, you know, it's again, I
Yeah.
don't know who makes these rules. I don't know who enforces. I know you don't.
Right.
But I think for us to
I'm not
go
a
ahead
DEP
and to
representative.
give them license would be a mistake from a,
Part of that is.
So let me just clarify, I just also wanted to jump up, just to clarify one other piece, or give you a little bit of, it's not insider information, so to speak, but when this issue arose with DEP, a number of folks approached DEP. I think Carter was part of that process. Tim Forster certainly was very instrumental in working with the DEP to try to amend this, really what ends up being statutory language at the legislature and also the Chapter 1000 rules to allow for a float haul out in addition to as a second structure, in addition to a pier ramp and float project. Another option that DEP had been considering for a while, it gained some traction at the DEP, was to allow, as Daryl, I think you mentioned, what if you have a piece of exposed ledge where there is no vegetation? Why couldn't you chain it up to a tree there? So they were considering that as a possible amendment. They were considering allowing somebody to store a float within the minimum setback area on an legally existing cleared area, a lawn down to the water, or the place where you recreate down near the water. So those were things that DEP had been considering, and at some point, I think it was even pre-COVID, that traction just kind of evaporated. And I'm not sure if it was just there weren't enough folks behind it to push DEP to talk to the legislators, local legislators. I'm not sure what happened there, but all this to say, if the town of Freeport or the Coastal Waters Commission or collectively the town of Freeport together wishes to see a change to this before the legislature and the DEP rules, I would like to hope there would still be some traction there that could be started up again and get some movement on that again and to make a change.
Now, Isn't some of the argument that when you use it on a cleared area like a lawn, you're storing it during the non-growing season, so it's much less likely to kill the lawn? That was the argument, correct?
Exactly.
If you put it on the grass in the middle of the summer, you are going to cause a dead spot, you're going to cause erosion, it would be an issue. If you put it there in November until April, your lawn's dormant anyways, you're not going to kill it by shading it.
Yes, exactly right.
Which is logical, but the department still would not allow that under this interpretation.
Because the rules hadn't been amended.
Got it. Thank you.
So two separate issues. One is, can you have a pier and a set of rails to use as a haul out on the same property? And this language is ambiguous because it says no more than one pier, dock, wharf, float, or similar structure extending can be on one property. It doesn't really talk about haul outs. So in your opinion, would our Coastal Waters Commission be able to approve a permit for a project that included a pier and a haul out on the same property?
As a land use and zoning consultant working occasionally on applications like that, I would not present that in an application to any town or any board.
Because you consider two structures on one lot?
Correct.
If it's below.
Yeah.
Below the high water line.
Mm-hmm. But regarding the other issue, the storing of the float, we don't need to have the language in our ordinance. We're correctly interpreting that you shouldn't store your float, let's say within 75 feet, if that's the number of the high water mark or the top of the bank. That's the correct interpretation. Even if we don't put the language in our ordinance, DEP is saying that our code enforcement officer should still enforce that requirement, whether or not we have it in our ordinance.
So if Chip complains against Daryl and Nick gets the complaint, he should write an NOV for it.
Based on state,
Did you say that this particular language is not in the ordinance or in their?
Right.
The recommended provision is not within their rules. So
Okay.
what I'm sensing is you'd be left with this one that says no more than one pier, dock, wharf. And as Mr. Bradley pointed out, I think I'm in agreement that should apply to new projects. So,
How do we get this XBII out of here if we want to?
Are we discussing, did we close the public hearing for this?
No, we're still in public hearing, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, and my.
We got to close that first, right?
Yeah. Before we start making amendments, yeah. My question on this one is if it's something that's enforceable or should be enforced, by not putting the language in, are we making things more confusing for the homeowner? Because this came up with, I think it was blasting ordinance that we're talking about. We said, let's make things really clear so that they don't come back and say, well, this says this and this says that, so therefore you guys are, we don't have your act together and you can't enforce this. So should we make things more clear for the homeowner so they don't have to go and hire lawyers to sort out the problems that we have?
Anytime you're going to make something a violation, you should make it very clear.
Can I?
But, you want to go ahead?
No. Sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead, Ed. Finish.
But here what we're doing is we're asking ourselves, should we make this a violation?
Well, but that's my question. Isn't it a violation already at the state?
I don't, the state can make it whatever it wants to do. And if you think the DEP can come down and order Nick to enforce this, I think that's wrong. Nick doesn't have anything in his ordinance to enforce this. The provision which Mike was talking about is prospective. It has to do with granting permits for new projects. It doesn't have anything to do with the kinds of situations which exist all over our shoreline.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I don't care what anybody else does. I guess I do care, but I think we might want to get to the point where I'd like to just get this out of here, and if it doesn't have the votes, we'll go to bed.
Two quick questions. Maybe some feedback from Mike. Sorry, if this was added tonight, is this only forward-looking?
No.
16?
16, yeah. I'm storing the float.
It's not in our ordinance now.
They're not functionally water dependent structures, they have to be set up.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, what about somebody who's traditionally been storing their float that could not be cited under 16? Right?
In our ordinance, on page 20, it says they cannot be stored on the marsh, salt marsh, right now.
Yep.
We currently have that in our ordinance.
Yep.
So this is double redundancy by putting this other section in.
But the salt marsh
This goes way
doesn't
beyond the salt
necessarily.
This goes beyond that.
Yeah, it goes beyond it. Right now, you can't put it on the salt marsh in
Right.
our current ordinance.
So my question is, to get to Ed's earlier point of that it would only apply for new applications, would this be retroactively enforced because we're just adding it now to somebody like Ed who's traditionally been doing it for 20, 30 years? That's question number two. Question number one. Question number two, fortunately for everybody, it's fled my mind, so I yield. It's after 9 o'clock.
My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that it is enforceable today. I don't know if we're considering anyone legally non-conformant. I think that's a question for the code enforcement officer.
So you waited too long and it came back into my head. Currently, if there was a complaint from a resident against a non-resident, or a resident against a resident about storing a dock, somebody complains to our code enforcement officer that they're illegally storing a non-functionally water-dependent structure within the setback. Nick says, I'm not going to do anything about it. That person can then take that can be an ADB. They can take that to court. Failure of the code enforcement officer to act, is that correct?
Part of our issue is going to be too, I think we have a issue with paper trail and what people have been permitted for.
Great. Yeah,
So
that helps some
no
people,
one's going to be able to show that they got most likely approval to store it.
But does that not open a legal course for somebody if there's, because what we're hearing about, I think, is not whether we're going out looking for them, but if somebody complains about it.
Let it happen.
Yes, I believe we could enforce it today. I don't know if he's going to go, back to someone who's been doing it for 30 years or not. I feel like that's an enforcement.
Would somebody
and a
have
legal
private
question.
action against recourse?
I'm not going to comment on behalf of the town attorney.
All right.
Sorry.
I think we're willing to take that chance from what I heard to my left, so.
You guys want to close the public hearing? Councilor Daniele?
I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Lawrence. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, public hearing is closed. Before we offer this motion, it sounds like we have changes to the coastal waters ordinance amendments to the coastal waters ordinance, in addition to the amendments that were distributed at our last meeting, if I'm right, Caroline, right? Which is why it's not in our packet tonight, because we said we don't need to reprint everything.
Correct.
So the base changes that we're making were in the last packet, and then tonight we also have this 2 or 3 page amendment, which we're about to further amend.
All of this markup that's on the website for chapter 31. So there's some
Right, that's the
substantial-
base level, yep.
So these would be the amendments that the motion is to adopt.
Right.
On the agenda, what's been noticed. The additional, these would have to, anything additional and any amendments that you want, like taking out the 6-foot standard or section 16 that we were talking about would have to be made once you made a motion to adopt these changes.
So do you want me to
We'll
walk
make the
you?
motion, then we'll make the amendments.
Right.
Got it.
So move to ordain to adopt these ordinance amendments, and then whatever you want to change in what's proposed from what
We
I'm
can do as an
hearing
amendment.
up here, right?
Okay, yeah, I was trying to do it all in one, but yeah, okay. So Councilor Daniele, do you want to move to make the changes that are noticed in the packet?
Be it ordained that amendments to Chapter 31 Coastal Waters Ordinance be adopted, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Second?
So let's second that, but before we vote on that,
Is that this document?
no, that's the 2031 page document?
That's the one
That's
up
what
on the
there.
screen that we looked at last.
And these are additions to that.
Yeah.
Do you want me to review we have on the floor for friendly amendments?
Tell me when I can amend this.
Hang on.
Okay.
Everybody is itching.
But we have been talking about something that's in.
These are further amendments to
To
the
that.
changes that we were already on the agenda, and now we're saying we want to make further amendments to them.
Is that what Jake's motion is?
That's what.
No, Jake's motion was for the original set of changes to kind of
And
update
we
the
haven't
coastal
seen those
wardens.
In a couple of weeks.
Right.
And none of this discussion has anything to do with them.
No, it does. It's in.
Yes.
Well, everything
Right.
that you're worried about, that everybody's been concerned about, is in these changes to 31. So we're going to want to, don't vote yes on all the amendments to 31 without taking out the things that you have concerns about, like the 6 feet or the functionally water-dependent haul-outs or whatever.
So should I make an amendment now to take out?
No, we need to amend to put this in, right? And then we can amend to take the things out that we want, because this isn't in yet. So we put it in and then scrap all the lines.
Right. So the
That is a good course of action. That is
Yep.
one of several
Yep.
approaches, but that works.
Yep.
Do it.
So I move that we put in the proposed amendments to coastal waters ordinance changes per DEP input noted in blue.
all of them?
I think we put them all, okay, if you guys don't want to do it that way, that's fine, but I would vote to put them all in,
And then I'll
people
make-
can make line items to scratch.
Okay. Fair enough. Is there a second to Jake's motion?
Second.
All right, thank you, Council Lawrence. Are there any further amendments that we want to consider?
We vote on that amendment.
Oh, all right, let's,
Yeah, we can't have an
okay,
amendment to an
let's
amendment.
vote on that amendment.
Or if people don't feel comfortable voting to put this in, because I could see why that would be problematic for some people, I can retract
Well-
that if people want.
No, let's vote it, and then before we vote for the whole thing, we amend it. We amend what we just.
Okay, so let's vote on Jake's amendment to say, are we amending the coastal waters ordinance that's proposed with all of the changes in blue from this document?
Well, that's all, okay. So we're just voting on the blue changes right now?
Only the blue changes, because item 16 on the back page, that's already part of the changes to chapter 31. That's already, that's already on the
Okay,
table.
got it. So this, okay,
What Jake
so-
just moved is to add the items in blue, which is basically adding the word "and." It's both the title and non-title 6-foot width, and then some renumbering, as far as I can tell.
And for the record and for our remote minute taker, this is a 4-page document that the town planner presented with further amendments that will be forwarded out to Chris Wolf.
Right.
Okay, so she's got a record of what they're now voting on.
Right. Not currently in the packet.
That's the motion that Jake Daniele made, is for this 4-page document.
Only the blue parts.
Only the blue
The
parts.
blue portions
Yep.
thereof, correct.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. All right, so let's go ahead and vote on that amendment to get this into the record. So all in favor of the blue changes?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
5-1 to Counselor Bradley and the nay. So now, Counselor Lawrence, would you like to make an amendment?
I would like an amendment that we strike what is the section here? Is it section 8? I know, but it's
Article
Article
13?
No, 12. Is it
What article is
12?
that?
Article 12. When not in use as a functionally water-dependent structure.
17.
Right, 17. Sorry, it's late. It's Roman. I don't speak
definitely
Roman. I didn't learn Latin in school. When not in use as a functionally water-dependent structure, all temporary portions of the project shall be stored to meet the required shore setback of the applicable shore zoning district, shoreline zoning district. I move to strike that.
Second.
Strike that. Seconded by Councilor Fournier.
But hold on, that's, just to be clear, that's Article 13, Section 8 approval?
8A.
So Article 13, Section 8, subsection
13.
A, and then 13.
Or 17.
A, 17.
subsection A, subsection 17, XVII.
There you
Right,
go.
which Chip just read.
Right. Okay.
Just to make
The
sure.
motion
So I'm
on the
just trying to
floor,
get it
yeah.
into the record, because this is going to have to be reconstructed tomorrow
Right.
So
and put into ordinance form.
motion on the floor is to strike item 17 that we've been talking about float
Right.
storage,
And it's been
and remove it from
seconded, right?
the coastal
Right.
ward. And it's been seconded by
seconded
Councilor
by
Fournier.
Councilor Fournier, yeah.
Any discussion on this one? Councilor Daniele?
So, just want to make sure I know what I'm doing here.
One more after this.
If we get rid of, so if DEP were to get rid of their portion and we had this on the books, we would still have to enforce it because it would be harder than what DEP had?
Right.
Yeah, yep. Kind of like we were in the bluff situation. We couldn't keep up with our amendments.
So if we take away this and DEP takes away theirs, then this requirement goes away.
DEP changed theirs to be clear that it didn't apply in this
We
situation.
might also have to change some other sections,
Yeah.
but yes.
Okay.
We would not have to remove this after the fact, as well as those other sections.
Councilor Pillsbury?
Are we potentially running afoul of DEP since we've already brought this to their attention? And, I mean, is this going to be a problem down the road for anything we do with them?
No, he came back and said, you do not have to have this, but you have to enforce it that way. So he said we don't have to have it in here.
Well,
It's not in the chapter 1,000 rules that clearly.
and we'll get the 100% confirmation on that within 45 days when they send us an approval letter from the commissioner.
Yeah, I mean, the other times we've gone up, they've come back with some things, quite often minor. So I expect him to come back, but no, he said we do not have to have that.
Yep. All right, any other comments on removing item 17? See some wincing, but I think we're getting ready to vote anyway. All right, all in favor of the motion to remove item 17?
Aye.
Any opposed? 6-0 to strike item 17. And then I think we have one more regarding same section, 13-8A, 4 and 5, which is regarding title and non-title projects and 6-foot width. And to clarify, the recommendation was that to remove the title portion,
Yes.
but leave the non-title portion.
Coastal Waters would like you to omit title. We need to keep the non-title. That is
So-
a they have a minimum in that case.
Got it. So we would be removing item 4, which says for projects in title areas, except for the float portion of a project, any project you use for non-commercial uses shall not be wider than 6 feet. Removing that, which would leave in the following section in blue, which says for projects in non-title areas, all portions of a non-residential project shall not be wider than 6 feet.
And then you'd have to just note to renumber.
And we have no turn number, right.
So
we're
Article,
leaving in non-title, taking out title.
so for the record, Article 13, sorry, go ahead, Counselor. Good.
Do we have non-tidal water in our coastal area,
We
subject
have
to the,
Florida Lake.
sorry?
Florida Lake is the one that comes to mind.
There's some rivers.
And coastal waters regulates Florida Lake?
It would if this is in there.
That's what I referenced earlier, that because we chose to not put piers, docks, and wharfs in zoning, we put them in coastal waters. Yes, these standards for piers, docks, and wharfs are used for both tidal and non-tidal, if any came in.
Because we're unlike every other municipality in Maine that puts it in their zoning ordinance. We decided to put it in our coastal waters ordinance. Because we're special.
And this is one that DEP flagged that said, this
Because-
is in blue because DEP said you should have this specifically for non-tidal.
Because by putting that other one in, it was kind of messing it up, but as a separate standard, I think it's best
Or you
practice,
can
it's
insert a
clear.
standard, go through a public notice process and insert that standard somewhere in your zoning ordinance.
And I don't, well, any permits issued by like the code officer and non-tidal waters reference these standards, so this is where it needs to be. Even though probably not gonna use it, we need it there.
So,
Well, there would be any above tidal, above head of tide rivers as well, ponds,
Yep,
lakes.
Carter
We've
thought
got a
of
few
a few
small.
other ideas, places today that could be non-tidal that.
Yep.
so I'll go ahead and make a motion to strike item
Article 13.
Article 13, Section 8, subsection A, subsection 4, which says, for projects in tidal areas, except for the float portion of a project, any project used for non-commercial uses shall not be wider than 6 feet. Strike that, and to renumber the following sections accordingly.
Second.
Thank you, Counselor Lawrence. Any discussion about that? Counselor Daniele?
Just why did they want us to get rid of it again? Can you just
We don't need for title.
For coastal waters, because when we were crafting the language, it's something that our attorney put in and was flagged, and it stayed in, and I think they heard feedback that that wasn't something their committee really got into. They'd want to take another look at it before we add it in, because again, it's exceeding the minimum standards for tidal waters.
The standard only exists for non-tidal waters, not for.
Yeah, our
the width
attorney put it
standard
in
doesn't
there, but
exist
it
for
was
tidal
a
waters.
non-tidal standard.
In the ocean, the 6-foot limit doesn't apply for the float.
So somebody can propose a 10-foot wide dock.
You
may
may
do
see
it
unless we leave it in here.
If you leave it in there, we're gonna say everything's gotta be 6 feet, which is not the industry standard, which everybody told us at the public hearing.
Except for the float portion. The planning board talked about it a lot. Jeff raised a good point today that the way the terminology is, some of the supports might not meet that standard. They might be wider.
Right.
I think, which is. I think
But
it's
if you
fair
had
to
like
say
a
it
T,
warrants further.
if your float did a T and went like that, you might, if you're wider, if you're get an 8-foot by 16-foot at the end of your float, that's gonna be, you wouldn't be able to build something like this. DEP says you can't do that in Sebago Lake, you can't do that in Florida Lake, you can't do that in the creek in your backyard, but you can do that in coastal waters.
And I think, coastal waters, again, they had a standard when they originally came to you that, the float would have to be designed to be a foot above a certain measurement, and that didn't get put in here because it needed more discussion. So they might already be having more discussion on this section, and that could be a standard that they choose to revisit, so if they want to.
Any other discussion on removing this? All right, all in favor of removing item 4 and renumbering?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that's 6-0 on that amendment. So now we have the original motion on the floor, which is to adopt the amendments to Chapter 31 Coastal Waters as we've amended it tonight. Any questions, discussion on that? All in favor of that motion? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we have a new coastal waters ordinance, or we've changed that. Thank you for that. Thank you for you guys for being patient with us and with all the rest of the process that got you here tonight.
This stuff is gonna come up later.
So how come the audience didn't clap after this one?
Yeah, it's coming up later. Yep. Okay, ready to move on? Item 94-22 regarding, this is, we have a zoning ordinance. We just passed a new shoreland zone ordinance. We now need to remove the shoreland zone stuff from our zoning ordinance because previously they had been combined into one ordinance. So this is about taking the shoreland stuff out of the zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
This needs to happen, correct?
And a whole bunch of random cleanup.
And random cleanup, pronouns and things like that, right? Because right now we have two ordinances both regulating the same thing, which we can't let stand. We should
Yeah.
not let stand.
I only want to note two things. We did a whole bunch of cleanup for consistency. We have issues with the document. So, just removing old references for things that don't exist, like zoning districts, using consistent site plan review terminology, all that stuff. Two things to note. We are repealing the shoreline section, obviously, and there was a provision in here that we used probably in the early 2000s a couple times for map corrections, like mostly when people felt like they were in RP1 due to improperly identified habitat. Our attorney said you need to take that out. Any changes to your zoning map are zoning map amendments, and you need to treat them like that. Just want to acknowledge that changes in
Meaning it
here.
has to go through the planning board hearing and the council hearing and the council approval process.
Yep, and then we had to add a couple things for shoreland in here. Board of Appeals, if someone in the shoreland goes for a variance, there's some certain provisions we have to notify DEP. That's in here, and then also we had a standard under site plan review. One of their standards for environmental consideration is actually based on DEP language, and so that's been updated. Happy to answer questions, but I'm sure you're done with hearing about me and zoning tonight.
So we've got a public hearing on this one. Counselor Bradley, would you move to open the public hearing? We're,
I abstain.
all right, Counselor Pillsbury, would you move to open the public hearing?
I will. I make a motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
All right, all in favor of opening the public hearing on this item?
Aye.
All right, 6-0, that's everybody. So this is a public hearing, and removing the shoreland zoning piece from the zoning ordinance, since we now have a separate standalone shoreland zoning piece, and the other changes that Carolyn had mentioned. Is there anyone from the public, either in the room or on Zoom, who is still with us, who would like to comment on
Well, there's
this?
people still with us, all right.
Would any of them like to comment?
No hands.
No one? All right. Councilor Pillsbury, would you move to close the public hearing?
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Lawrence. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, our public hearing is now closed by unanimous vote. Councilor Pillsbury, would you like to read the be it ordained?
Be it ordained that amendments, Chapter 21 Freeport zoning ordinance be adopted.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Lawrence. Okay. Does anybody have questions or comments? Everybody ready to vote? Or do you want any more clarification on stuff?
No, it's perfectly clear to me.
Okay, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? 6-0. Thank you all for that. And thank you again to all the folks that have been working on this.
Now we've just barely made it through the public hearings, so we're on to the second phase of 17 steps of business, so.
Got it. So now we're setting more public hearings for next time and the time after.
Because they're so fun.
So our next one, it looks like it's a budget item to set a public hearing for the budget that we're going to start to talk about later on tonight. So this is setting the public hearing. Later on tonight, Peter and Jessica will introduce the budget. Do I have that correct? That we're setting a public hearing for June 7th, so not the next meeting, but the meeting after. You can do this one. All right, Councilor Bradley, would you like to read the be it ordered?
Be it ordered that a public hearing be set for June 7th, 2022, a town council meeting that starts at 6 p.m. to discuss the fiscal year 23 operating capital and TIP budgets. Be it further ordered that copies be distributed equally between the town clerk's office, the town manager's office, and the Freeport Community Library for inspection by citizens during normal business hours, and the notice be placed on Freeport's local cable channel 3 and the town's website.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Lawrence. Yep, and it is 6 o'clock, as Councilor Bradley said, not 6:30, as it's printed in the agenda.
Oh.
So. Any questions on this one? Obviously, we have questions on the budget we can ask later, but any questions on setting the public hearing? Oh, okay, I may have printed out an older version.
It's 6:30 on the one on the website, so good catch.
Yeah, that's the one that I got, I guess. Yeah, okay. 6 o'clock is the time.
It's because it was cut and paste from last year's budget hearing, right?
Somebody fixed it.
I did not pull the language for that.
Cut and paste from last year, that's why I
Could
cut
be.
that.
But she clearly fixed it at some point. All right, all in favor of setting the public hearing?
Aye.
Any opposed? 6-0, we have a public hearing on June 7th.
Following business item on a previous agenda version was printed for a public hearing at 6:30 as well, so I want the motion to read 6.
Got it. So item 96-22, Councilor Fournier's escaping, so Councilor Lawrence, would you read the, be
Sure.
ordered for that at 6 o'clock as well?
Be it ordered that a public hearing be set for May 17th, 2022 at the town council meeting. It starts at 6 p.m. to discuss a new liquor license application for Sam's Italian Food Foods at 7 Main Street, Freeport. Be it further ordered that copies be distributed equally between the town's clerk office, the town manager's office, and the Freeport Community Library for inspection by citizens during normal business hours, and the notice be placed on the Freeport local cable channel 3 and the town website.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Daniele. So we're welcoming Sam's Italian Foods back into Freeport and reopening. Anybody have questions about setting this public hearing? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's 5-0 with Councilor Fournier excused for this vote. And we have one more public hearing to set. This one is about mooring assignments. So, seeing as how Coastal Waters has abandoned you, and were not involved in this one, right?
No, on this note, it needs to get put into the new ordinance that you approved tonight.
So if this goes through the public hearing process and we adopt the changes that they are proposing, we would be amending the same ordinance that we just amended.
Right, the draft amendments, in front of you tonight are to our old coastal waters ordinance, not the one so amended tonight. So we need to revise the backup, but that doesn't affect anything you do tonight. Caroline's just putting in the record, so it's.
Yep.
So the version that's out there on the website tonight would not be the adopted version you would vote on next week. It would incorporate all of our changes tonight, as painful as they were, into the base document that these proposed changes will be into.
Got it. And these proposed changes deal with moorings outside the Harrisee River is the gist of what
That
these
is correct.
changes are.
Yeah, this came out of a more recent action by the Coastal Waters Committee, I think at their last meeting, but they've all gone, so I can't confirm that.
Right.
So who's promoting mooring fees and assignments and regulation outside the harbor?
Your Coastal Waters Committee.
And it just came up at the last meeting and it's here on our agenda already?
Yep.
I know this has been a topic that has been discussed for a long time with Coastal Waters because I was on it before I was on the council, so that's going back at least 3 years.
There, yeah.
I'll say it was a topic in the 80s when I was on the council.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time.
It was a very hot topic, too. That they didn't want any enforcement out there, so.
Right. And it looks like they've got some
I'm
suggestions.
expecting you'll get some input at your public hearing in 2 weeks.
Yes, I'm sure we'll discuss it in 2 weeks as well, but just to kind of give us a heads up, Jeff or Todd, do you guys want to just do a real brief, very brief, why are we looking at changes for moorings outside the Harrisee River? And what we're going to be talking about at a public hearing next meeting.
Marcus Caped.
Jeff Stenzel, Coastal Waters. The reason is that there has been an expanding number of moorings outside the anchorage, and the harbor master is concerned about safety issues. And so therefore, he wants to keep track by registration of these moorings, not necessarily impose the same, or not to impose the same fee structure there is in the anchorage, but he wants to ensure safety of both the placement and how they're constructed and how they're configured. I mean, it's going to be a very light touch, but it's more that there's just more, because you know how long the waiting list is, years and years and years. People are going outside of the anchorage, and and particularly with the growth of aquaculture, that could create some conflicts.
Got it. Okay.
Did he talk about the manpower requirements to carry out the provisions that are in the application?
I don't think he did specifically, but he also is the shellfish warden, so he's out and about. And also, he's responsible when people put in these permits for LPAs and leases. He has to go out and give feedback to the state, so he's all over these waters.
Yeah, he just added about 2,000, spots for inspection for himself. I mean, I don't know if it's that many, but it's a lot. I mean, just asking if people have really thought through how about this? Would you be prepared to present information regarding how this would be implemented and the costs of it and manpower requirements at the hearing next week?
We could certainly discuss it with Mr. Tatro at our next meeting tomorrow night.
Okay.
Perfect, yeah. And maybe ask him to be at the meeting next time too, if he can come to
Sure.
the meeting on the 17th, that'll help.
But you didn't as a committee consider those kinds of issues when you proposed this to us?
No, I think my impression was that he had already gone out and tallied the number and looked at them. But as far as like requiring the added cost of that being discussed.
So we got some stuff to discuss on the 17th? Okay. Counselor Fournier, as you got out of the last one, would you read the bid ordered for item 97-22?
Be it ordered that a public hearing be set for May 17th, 2022 at the Town Council meeting starting at 6 p.m. in the Town Council chambers at 30 Main Street, Freeport, to discuss proposed amendments to Chapter 31 of Coastal Waters Ordinance. Be it further ordered that copies be distributed equally between the Town Clerk's office, the Town Manager's office, and the Freeport Community Library for inspection by citizens during normal business hours, and that the notice be placed on Freeport's local cable channel 3 and the town's website.
Second.
Thank you, Counselor Lawrence. Any other discussion before we set the public hearing? All in favor of setting the public hearing for May 17th? Aye. Any opposed? Bradley, you were a yes on that?
Yes.
6-0 on the public hearing for the 17th. Thank you. Chief Connolly, you're still with us. I have a hunch that you were involved in this next item, which is item number 98-22. No more tech tonight.
This is our new Zoom feed because apparently
Okay.
cable's not working.
That works. So would you like to introduce the EMS Week proclamation item?
So, thank you for entertaining this tonight and kind of setting the stage for us. So EMS Week is an annual thing, happens every year. Probably you might remember Sunday papers, they usually put a flyer in highlighting certain aspects of EMS delivery across the state. I'm not sure if that's happening this year or not. But back in 1974, President Gerald Ford signed into proclamation that during May, we would celebrate EMS. And part of that whole celebration is just to honor our workers, all the EMS providers that are out there. And it just gives us, sets the stage to kind of get it out into the public forum. We're putting it into public record tonight. And that, just a mechanism. And I've got some things kind of developing some plans to highlight our workers and the EMS providers in the department. And I don't want to share too much because some of it's a little bit of surprise and a little bit yet to kind of tie up some loose ends. But I just think that it's important to recognize them. We've had a couple of tough years and some really unique challenges. We've heard new phrases in our world, COVID fatigue, all the struggles that we went through. We did very well weathering that storm, but still the impact on us, our mental health, mental wellness took an effect. So that being said is that the week of May 15th through the 21st, I'm going to try to do some special EMS trainings and some other activities and stuff just for the people that I've got on the department. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Sounds like a great idea. Thanks for spearheading that. Yeah. Councilor Daniele, would you take the honor of reading the resolution?
Would you like me to read all the whereas? Or can I read the therefore? I'm happy to do it all.
I would go ahead and read the whereas. I think it's important enough to read into public record and for all the people watching.
Whereas, to consider action relative to an EMS Week proclamation, May 15th through May 21st, 2022. Whereas emergency medical services is a vital public service, and whereas the members of emergency medical service teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And whereas access to quality emergency care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness and injury. And whereas emergency medical services has grown to fill a gap by providing important out-of-hospital care. And whereas the emergency medical services system consists of first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency medical dispatchers, firefighters, police officers, educators, administrators, pre-hospital nurses, emergency physicians, trained members of the public, and other out-of-hospital medical care providers. And whereas the members of emergency medical service teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and
Recording in progress.
education to enhance their life-saving skills. And whereas it is appropriate to recognize the value and accomplishments of emergency medical services providers by designating Emergency Medical Service Week now. Therefore, be it resolved that May 15th through the 21st, 2022 be proclaimed as Emergency Medical Services Week in the town of Freeport.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Daniele and Councilor Lawrence. Any comments?
I think it's great.
I think it's great as well.
You're serving food, are we invited?
There's always food involved.
That's what I figured, Chief. All right, good.
So I'm working on that. Yes, you're invited. So, thank you very much.
All right, well, we got to make it official. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I didn't think so. So unanimous, 6-0. Thank you, Chief. And please pass our thanks along to all the folks.
I will. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, stick around. Almost till 10 o'clock.
I did warn him, so.
All right. Councilor Bradley, I believe we're back to you. We're up for item 99-22 regarding a fee schedule.
Consider action relative to amending Town of Freeport fee schedule. Be it ordered, the amendments to the Town of Freeport fee schedule be accepted.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Daniele. And it looks like these are relating to the coastal waters ordinance. I'll take a stab at this one. One of the changes we just made to the coastal waters ordinance was to take the fees out of the ordinance itself. So the ordinance just says fees as adopted by the town council. So this way, if we ever want to change the fee, we can just do it at the council level without having to change the ordinances. How'd I do?
Good, I just want to disclose now that you're getting really tired of seeing this. As we go through all of our ordinances and do it, we put it in a much more editable format, and you'll see it next time when you talk about amending the coastal waters ordinance again.
Right, with the out of anchorage moorings, yep. But for now, it looks like we've got 4 mooring and dinghy skiff related.
Yeah, and they didn't change.
They didn't change, so we're just moving them from one place to another. Any questions? Oh, yeah, Councilor Fournier, any questions?
Just one question. I'm looking at the food truck license, and is that what we agreed to a while ago, or are those the old fees?
Is it the 200 for the year?
Yep, 200 for the year and $50 up to 3 days.
Yep, that's the new fees.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. So, okay.
Any other questions on fees? All right, we've got a motion on the floor. All in favor of the new fee structure?
Aye.
Any opposed? 6-0 on adopting the new fee structure. Thank you, councilors. All right, next we have 2 items that have been tabled and largely replaced by the work we just did on zoning and shoreline zoning. So these are basically moot, I understand. Do we need to take a vote to take these off our agenda, or do we just not act on them and they go away? Your opinion on that?
Either works, but let's see. So the motion was made, right, and they weren't voted on, they were tabled, so you still have a standing motion on the floor.
Table indefinitely?
I would just vote it down.
Vote no.
You have a standing motion on the floor that was tabled back in November or whenever this came up.
So yeah, we would vote no on that.
October, actually, is before the election, so.
Or if we table it indefinitely, we just never take it up.
Yeah, but if you vote no, it's clear that this version goes away, which is what we want. Because we've already adopted these changes in a different format.
Right, I don't want anyone to mistake our no vote on this for a no vote on something else that we've done.
Didn't we decide that we could vote to just take it off of our agenda and to remove it from the agenda? Not that we're voting down what it is, but we're voting to eliminate it?
Yeah, I guess the question is, it's already been brought up, and it's on the table.
And yeah, we're supposed to vote yes or no on it.
Right, or vote to just table it indefinitely and not ever bring it up again.
It's semantics. Table indefinitely is a vote to kill it, so, yes.
Right, which I would prefer, just so that it's clear, we're not voting no on anything. We're not voting no on shoreline zoning. We voted yes on shoreline zoning. We're just tabling this version of it forever and never bringing it back up.
But in 100 years, someone might see, oh, they tabled this 100 years ago.
Bring it back
Maybe
off the
we should
table,
vote it.
renotice the
Just
public, and you
renotice
can adopt
yeah.
it, yep.
I vote to get rid of it.
When you say get rid of it, you mean just to vote no on it?
Vote no on it
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it's all,
Yep.
we have a new ordinance that's out there.
Yep.
It takes effect. This is,
Yep. Anybody feel strongly about this one way or the other?
I'd like to vote it, get rid of it. We have a new ordinance, and I think, they're gonna have any negative effects.
Not that I can think of, I'm just tired of seeing it on the agenda. It'd be great if it went away.
All right, let's put it in, let's take a vote on it. We've got two ordinances to vote on here. We're back to Councilor Pillsbury. Would you read the be it ordained?
haven't, we just tabled them, right?
Yeah,
We never, I thought we had gone through when we were up to the vote when we tabled it. Were we not?
Because we don't need to reread it, you're saying?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you can
I'm okay with that, yeah. So we have on.
You have a motion on the floor for item 19421 that was on the table.
Oh, perfect. And the item refers to 194-21 is something that was originally proposed last year. So this is that original motion that came up last year, and we're now voting on.
Call a roll and do what you would like. Right
Yeah.
now.
So go ahead. Voting on item number 194-21 regarding shoreline zoning. Councilor Pillsbury, how do you vote?
Nay.
Councilor Fournier.
No.
Councilor Lawrence.
No.
Councilor Daniele. Councilor Bradley. Councilor Pilch votes no. So that item fails. And similarly, let's take up item 195-21 regarding the zoning map. Councilor Pillsbury, how do you vote on this item, which we're bringing
Nay.
back off the table? Councilor Fournier.
No.
Councilor Lawrence.
No.
Councilor Daniele.
No.
Councilor Bradley.
No.
The chair votes no. So that item fails as well. That concludes the action items for our agenda. We're now on to other business. We have only two items, one of which says it's only going to take 5 minutes, which we'll see how well our town manager does. This is about duplicate street names in South Freeport. Go for it.
All right. This is Main, Park, and Middle. So, all right. So, brief history lesson. In the early to mid '90s, for E911 purposes, the town had explored renaming 3 duplicate streets in South Freeport. Those are Main, Middle, and Park. There was, as you can imagine, immense pushback from property owners for various reasons, but mainly they did not want the streets that they had lived on for their eternity, for their entire life, to be renamed as something different. So the town E911 addressing committee at the time did some research, talked with the state officials, and from the best that I can tell from 30 years ago, we're advised that as long as the town could differentiate between the street names in the E911 system, our dispatching system essentially, we could keep those names. And what came out of those conversations was a suffix SF was added after Main, Park, and Middle Street, SF. So the actual street name is Main Street SF, which is a separate street from the street that we are on. For example, there is a 30 Main Street. There is a 30 Main Street SF. There are not, every number doesn't duplicate. There are maybe 15 that do duplicate. So it's not a ton, but there are duplicate numbers. So there is a 30 Main Street, there's a 30 Main Street SF, both in 04032 Freeport, Maine. That works for dispatching. It's not the ideal situation, but our current dispatcher the town of Brunswick, the police department, they are well-trained. They know if the name comes up. So each landline has an electronic record tied to it. It says Main Street SF. That comes in, they dispatch to Main Street in South Freeport when they dispatch. So I'm not saying that it's ideal and that there would never be confusion. It could lead to confusion, but every time that the street comes up, it goes and it's renamed. And it comes through in a new, they're dispatched to the correct location. So, the town used Main Street SF, Park Street SF, and Middle Street SF ever since. Properties are within 04032, but they're unable to be added to the USPS database because SF is not a legally recognized suffix by the federal government. These properties do not exist in the USPS database. They do not exist in the DHL database. They do not exist in the UPS database. They do not exist in the FedEx database. So the complaint was brought to us by at least one individual, but now I found out it's several, that they do not get packages shipped to their house by the major carriers consistently. They end up at the post office, either in 04078 or 04032. So, and then they get bounced around, and then they usually get returned, and sometimes they make it to the people. So all throughout this conversation, the resident who is complaining to me, I'm keeping in the back of my head and continuously saying to them, yes, but renaming the streets was massively unpopular at the time. It's not something that we're really looking forward to bringing up for conversation again. And they understood, and that's not what they were asking. However, we talked with the regional assessing officer at USPS, and they said, yeah, SF is the problem. Not that you've got two street names, it's that you've got SF is not a registered street suffix, and they said, change it to S. I said, what do you mean? And they said, S is a federally recognized street suffix.
For south or north. Or
South,
northwest.
like you have 16th Avenue
Southwest.
East
Yes.
and West, right, as two suffixes. So they said, change the SF to S, and we can add them into our database. So that is staff's recommendation. However, I am cognizant that it's going to probably cause a little bit of heartburn to some people that maybe after 30 years have now adjusted to using SF for their street suffix. So I'm coming to the council before sending out notices to people to say, what do you all think?
I have a question.
Yes.
Why couldn't we name it Main Street SF? Or, it's not a suffix, it's the name of the street, Main Street SF.
You could call it Main
Middle
S.
Street SF.
You could call it Main SF Street. However, that would actually be a change to probably account names and things like that.
Well, if it has SF, they'll know what it is. I mean, in this town here.
Couldn't it be Main Street SF Parkway? Or
Could
couldn't
be.
you add a something at the end of the SF, so it's not S is the end,
That's
it's
what he said.
FS. No, he's saying it would end at S, and it wouldn't be SF anymore.
No, that's what I said,
I don't
SF
think-
Street. He said SF.
Main Street S. So it'd be
He wants
Main
to be
Street.
Main
South.
Street S.
So Park Street S, Main Street S, Middle Street S.
Right.
Instead of SF.
Okay, or we could name it Main Street SF Street, or Main
Right.
SF Street.
Yeah,
which
but
is-
that would actually be a change to probably what people have listed. This would be eliminating one letter from the suffix, which would, so these are the things that would impact. Nobody gets mail at those addresses.
Yep. Well,
The
there's
street-
South Freeport, so.
They do not. Nobody gets mail at those addresses. However, voter registrations, legal addresses on things like driver's licenses and passports are tied to that.
Right.
And your shipping for, the major shipping agencies are tied to that. Those are the three things that would be impacted.
So Peter, what if we just add Main Street South, Middle Street South?
Yes, that's what S is.
Not the prefix S, you're saying the whole, what I'm concerned with
You could
is,
call it South Main Street, or you could call it Main Street S. Those are the two ways that they allow it to be addressed.
Couldn't you call it SF Main Street
Yep.
also? That would work.
That would be a different name. So it would be alphabetically, it would start at SF. Yes, it would be SF, yes. However, that's not what the Postal Service is recommending, and I think that is probably more disruptive to people than, because that actually probably changes the structure of a name rather than just taking the F off the suffix.
Ask the people. Ask the people who's going to affect.
So that is where we would go.
going
with this.
through, Well, I didn't do it here. I did it in another city. Believe me, you're gonna have people cranked up.
I know, that's why I'm coming to
So I
you
think
before
if
we
we
send
can
anything
come out
out.
with the easiest solution right up front, and maybe South Main, South Middle, South, whatever, that's very distinctive. For me, on emergency responder, I know where I'm going. I know South Middle is gonna be down in the village of South Freeport.
That's certainly an acceptable way to do it.
You know,
But that's a major
I
change.
think you gotta have a nice distinction for people, you know, I'm speaking for first responders now.
But if we made it Main SF Street, it would essentially be the same thing, although it's a major change
Either way,
wherever it
it's gonna change
is,
everything,
but
yeah.
it doesn't change so much for the people because they put Main SF.
They don't put that on anything,
They don't put that on.
because you don't get
anything.
mail at that address. The town
Oh,
cares
so they
about
just
the,
put 20, okay.
you
so
put
it
PO
doesn't-
Box
okay.
276, Freeport 04078.
So now they just have to add an S or whatever. Okay, I get it.
In your Amazon shipping address, you would change SF to S.
Right.
Yes. The property record at the
So-
town would change from SF to S. Your legal address would change from SF to S.
So when they.
You would get
so
on
with
the
their
federal, yeah.
When they put in their Amazon address right now, what do they put in?
Comes back as not an existing address. Like if you try to ship to a PO box, when it says PO box not allowed, it kicks it out and it says can't ship.
Okay, so what they do, just not put anything in there? I mean, they just put 30 Main
People have
Street,
various workarounds that they have with different
Okay.
shippers where they can get it.
but they're not putting in
They're not using a,
Main SF.
they're not using a database address that is recognized by the Postal Service, DHL, FedEx, UPS, correct?
So they don't put anything on it. The only thing we put on is SF, so we know that first responders need to go to South Freeport.
It's used for a couple of things. So for our parcel addresses, for legal addresses, and for, like, your legal address of residence, like on the back of your driver's license, if you have a PO box, you would say S instead of SF.
Right.
Your voter registered record would say S instead of SF.
But does it say SF now?
Yes.
It does.
Yeah, so somebody's legal address, if you live at, let's say 30 Main Street, because that's where we are, 30 Main Street SF would be your legal address, Freeport 04032.
Right, so I would think that if you put Main Street SF, Main SF Street, it would be less impacting to the residents because they're already doing that and trying to put it in there. And when they pull up Main, they'd see, oh, Main SF. Right?
From an E911 addressing perspective, I don't know if that would be
No,
accepted.
from
though.
Amazon, the one we're talking about.
E911 is gonna go with the mail.
They want a suffix at the end of it for 911 and for postal service. So if you're going to differentiate it, they want a suffix after street to make it a different street. Like in New York where you have a Avenue East and an Avenue
Yeah,
West.
I understand that. I'm just trying to make it so it's not so impacting for our residents that are down there, but I guess it's going to be, so.
Well,
It's fine.
my proposal isn't to do this. My proposal is to put out a notice to let people give us feedback on how impacted it will be. But before putting the torch to the bottom of the bee's nest, I want to talk with you whether that's something that that we think is important enough to talk about, to tell everybody we're going to be doing this, or considering doing this.
So, I mean, the real issue is that people are having issues getting packages, right? So they're driving the issue saying, Peter, what are you going to do to fix this, right?
And USPS says, Town of Freeport, it's your fault. You've got a goofy suffix on the end of your street. Change it to S, and we
So-
can put them in the database.
So if they're bringing this to you, kick it back and let's get their opinions
Yes.
on the people and just go with what they want, because, you know, I mean, they're the ones that are gonna have to change everything, get a new driver's license, all that stuff. So if they wanna do it, because the system works fine for everything except for Amazon, UPS, DHL, FedEx, right? So,
I would say it works pretty good.
so if they
It's
wanna rock the
satisfactory.
boat,
It's satisfactory from like an E911 perspective. There's a little bit of wiggle room where I'm not super comfortable with it the way it is, but yeah.
So I'm with Matt. That was sort of, when we talked about it, was let's just make sure we notice everybody and make sure they're aware of it, so it's not one or two residents making a change and everybody else getting caught.
Absolutely.
So
We
what-
would intend to send out notices to all three of those streets of, hey, this is what we're considering doing. Give us feedback.
now will you send the notice via FedEx?
Yeah, how are you going to send them the notice?
So each of those addresses, funny enough, don't get mailed there, they get sent to their
Yeah.
PO box in South Freeport, yes. This does not contemplate any of the changes that the Postal Service might do. The Postal Service is considering, they're also being asked by people, do we establish home delivery? Do we keep the post office? What do we do? That is not something that, the town only gets involved in the street name. The Postal Service has to answer all those other questions. Once we correct the street name so it actually exists in their minds, the Postal Service can do whatever they want with it. But right now, if you have, for example, 30 Main Street SF, the Postal Service says there is no structure there in their database.
So what's your proposal for getting feedback from the residents? Are you just going to do that on your own and then bring it to us, or are you
We
going to
would
do
s-
that as a public hearing?
I
here?
think we'll send out a letter probably from the assessing department saying this is what we're considering. I would bring it back here for approval after we've gotten feedback, though.
But you'll collect the feedback individually, and then if you get consensus that everybody wants to do it, then we'll do it here.
Yep.
That's a
If
public
if people show up with pitchforks, then maybe I'll rethink it.
And we might not see it. Okay,
Before it comes to you, yep.
that's fair enough. Okay, you guys okay with that? Let Peter and Min get feedback, and if they like the feedback they hear, they'll come and bring it to us.
In my PJs, no less.
So Joyce is back because there was a problem with our Zoom.
There's been a problem with the
So-
Zoom for quite a while now, and I've been trying to answer Mr. Bradley's question from way back with the coastal waters, and you wondered why we weren't here, why there was nobody here talking about it, the moorings? Because nobody knows about it. Because it has not been on the agenda on any of the coastal waters meetings for the last 3 months, and I do check because I'm concerned living on the coast and having a boat. So I am saying that it's not been advertised to the public. There's been no public hearing at the commission, board, or whatever committee level this is called. You need to rescind your public hearing and send it back to the commission for them to notify the public and to have a public hearing on this issue before it comes to the council with the recommendations that include the public's opinion.
Thank you. We have a public hearing. I would suggest that we encourage the public to come to that. We don't have to vote on it next week. We can suggest that it go back to coastal waters. We can suggest that it goes to the ordinance committee. But I think it's a pretty good point. If it hasn't been on the agenda and they discussed it, we might not want to take action on it next week. But we've got the public hearing. Let's get the public
I
input.
would love to read the minutes if the minutes were published.
Councilor Bradley?
I'd agree with what you said if some of the answers hadn't been what they were, which is we didn't take into account the amount of work it's going to take, what it's going to cost the town to do it. Seems to me there's a fair amount of development of this concept that ought to occur not in front of us, because I don't know what the hell the Coastal Waters Commission is doing, and I haven't spoken to the harbor master. So I think, I agree with Joyce that this is something that ought to be fleshed out before coastal waters, before it comes to a public hearing in front of us.
Yeah, I don't want to undo the public hearing that we set because it was on the
delay it.
agenda to be set, but maybe at the next meeting, we can say, hey, let's table it.
Table it, that's
So,
fine.
so it'll be on the agenda for next time as a public hearing that's
Have
been
you-
set, but maybe we
Have you
table it.
closed this meeting?
We have not closed this meeting, but we've already addressed that item, and we're already in other business. So anybody who was
Well,
here
then
for that
a
item may have
motion
already
could be
gone to
made
sleep.
and that item could be brought up again.
But
But you wouldn't have any problem with us just tabling it committing now to table it at the next meeting to give the Coastal Waters Commission a chance to do what you said they ought to do, which I agree with.
Do I have your promise?
You've got mine, dear.
From all 6 that are present?
Blood.
You've heard consensus here, yeah. Thanks for bringing that up, Joyce.
Now can I go back to my?
You can go back to your pajamas now, yes. So we're not in public hearing anymore. So is there an item that is critical and pressing? Because it's.
Absolutely.
We're all eager to get out of here.
At 10 o'clock at night, off the couch, if I didn't think it was important. And I hope you guys feel the same way.
What do you got?
Let's hear it.
I got a call from Joyce.
Is this about the same item?
It's about the same item.
All right, I think we've dealt with that. You won. We're going to table it. Is there anything else?
Well, I'd like to be able to express why I came. And, I've had a mooring down there for 50 years. This is the 3rd time that the town's tried to regulate moorings outside of the harbor. Every time they do, the room gets full of people. The only reason they're not here tonight, is like Joyce says, nobody knows about it. And as soon as people find out some of the proposals that's in here, for example, to make people that have rights of way all have their moorings lined up in front of these rights of way, is just something that I don't think the council is gonna be able to approve. Therefore, it needs a lot of work. Therefore, it needs to go back to where it came from. I assume it came from the Coastal Waters Committee, because this is a Coastal Waters ordinance. Appreciate the fact that you promised to send this back to after the public hearing. But why don't you just, if you have the majority here, repeal your public hearing for the 17th, send it back. Don't waste your time with a public hearing on a flawed ordinance.
Yeah, I think we've already decided that that's what we're gonna do. We're not, probably not gonna go forward with the public hearing. We'll send it back to Coastal Waters, have them do more work on it, and then there'll be an opportunity to talk about it at Coastal Waters. There'll be additional opportunity to talk about it here, because we don't do anything without a public hearing, so there'll be at least, I promise you, at least 2 times when you can get public comments in. We've got Jeff here tonight. I'm sure he's gonna bring it up at the meeting tomorrow night that they have at Coastal Waters, so. Oh, sorry, a week from tomorrow,
But
okay.
when it comes back to you, if it comes back to you.
We'll always do a public hearing.
You already had one public hearing, will you then hold another one?
We're not going to have the public hearing next week is what we decided. What we preliminarily decided and we'll vote on next week is instead of the public hearing next week, 2 weeks, thank you. We'll let Coastal Waters do more work. If they decide to bring it back to us, we'll schedule a new public hearing when they bring it back to us.
We can tell people that even though the agenda is marked up for a public hearing, there'll be no public hearing on the 17th. Is that what you're saying?
That's what we're saying tonight, yep.
Is there any harm in, if we're not gonna do it, with rescinding we can rescind the motion?
Certainly those people that voted for it can vote against it, because.
Yeah, we
it'll be
could
the majority.
reconsider, and I'm a little uncomfortable doing it because if people saw that on the agenda and they said, oh, I'm here for that item, and then that item came and went and they got what they wanted out of it, they went to bed expecting a public hearing. We're not gonna do it anyway, but.
So they have to get out of bed to come.
I'd rather have them show up next week and hear the discussion about why we're canceling the public hearing, or in 2 weeks, and hear the discussion.
I appreciate your position. I'd like to hear from the rest of them.
I think it's clearer because we have not taken any action on that, other than to set a public hearing. So we now know there's a flawed issue. I would rather see it work the system to go back to Coastal Waters. I just think that's a cleaner way to approach it. Then we don't have the issues of, I'm kind of uncomfortable sitting here, well, guess what? I'm promising you that I'm going to vote coming down to next week, which, we'll do that, but at least if I take a stand tonight to repeal it, you know where we're at, it's clean, and we have a new process. That's my feelings.
Are you looking up reconsideration?
So we just make a motion?
Peter's checking the
Yeah.
rules and regulations.
Yeah, I mean,
Reconsidering.
motion for the previous question, it's a previous question. I don't know if it qualifies as the previous question. You can make a motion to reconsider. If the council interprets that motion for a previous question is what you should do. When a motion for the previous question is made and seconded, there shall be no further amendment or debate, but pending amendments shall be decided. That's not it.
That's not it, no.
That's-
There's something about
that's calling-
reconsideration.
That's calling the question.
Yeah, we're also past the action part of our agenda too. We're in other business when we shouldn't be taking any more
Need a
votes.
motion to rescind.
Yeah, I don't know if we can in other business.
Motion to reconsider. Any counselor on the prevailing side of an action taken by the town council can move to, so that's all 6 of you, right? Was it 6?
Yeah,
Timothy?
well,
At the same meeting,
Can move to reconsider a motion at the same meeting or the next regular meeting following the meeting when the action was taken. The motion to reconsider shall require a majority of all members, vote of all members of the council, so John counts in quorum even though he's not here. Motion to reconsider shall not be in order more than once on the same question, so you get one chance to take it.
chance, yeah, but we're in our other business part of the meeting, which our other council rules say we shouldn't be taking any action items in other business.
Move an item not on the printed agenda.
I mean, we've already decided that we're gonna do what we need to do, and I think there's not a debate about whether we're gonna sneak the ordinance changes in, whether we vote tonight or vote in 2 weeks, Council Pillsbury?
Your point's well taken, and I absolutely believe that we need to do it the right way, but I also feel like playing with our agenda and potentially doing something that sets precedent going forward for moving things around, or considering something, having the room empty, and then say, you know what, I'd rather go back to that. I just am not comfortable doing that, and I'm also not comfortable moving forward and having the public hearing, but we'll deal with that at the next meeting, in my opinion.
I agree with
You
you.
also have to take into account a little technical difficulty, and I did make it back here just as fast as I possibly could legally.
We
I had a
weren't,
cop following me.
we weren't taking public comment on the item we voted on tonight. So
Yeah, but it
even
had-
if you were here, in theory, there might not have been a chance to have public comment. So I think, we're all in alignment. I think all of us are in alignment that we're not going to vote on this next meeting. And I would prefer to not
Yeah, but
change what we've already done tonight.
Ed, can you help us out a little bit and get this thing straightened out?
I'm just going to get it in a position where we can vote on it, okay? So I'm going to move that we reconsider the item, setting the public hearing, whatever it was, the time of it was, and that we vote to reconsider the vote and to rescind our decision to hold a public hearing on the item pending the Coastal Waters Commission's consideration of the issues. Thanks. And Chip just informed me it's 9722. So that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, I'm told we need 4 to make this one pass, so I'll.
Wait, can we talk about it first?
Yeah, sure.
No. So, what says in our rules that we're not supposed to take up anything in other business? I thought we could make a motion at any time.
We can always make a motion to change our rules. So our rules currently specify the order of our agenda, and the order of our agenda says we do, the 6 items, Pledge of Allegiance, all that, and then we do, I think it's public hearings, other new business, things like that, and then other business is specified as the last item, I think, yeah.
That's a simple majority vote, though.
Yeah, so we could vote to change the agenda and take this item up.
I think if you've got the majority, if you've got 4
We've got
votes to
4 votes,
reconsider,
right.
then you assume that you would have 4 votes to take it
I'm
out
not
of
sure
order.
we have 4 votes, so before we vote, well, I know, but so let's just find a way to make it work, right? Couldn't we just make a resolution that we will do this next time? So it's noted that we are committing that we're going to vote to not have this happen next time, but not rescind what we did? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's as good as all of you sticking to it, so.
I mean, does that,
I think the only problem is, I think what the parties are suggesting is we're going to create confusion in the community.
we've already done that.
Well,
We
no,
have, yeah.
but they're trying
We
to.
have completed that.
But they're trying to straighten it out, and I think that's fair, and everybody understands the value of doing that. They also understand the value of, not taking this out of order. I mean, there's 2 competing values. All we need to have to do is raise our hands, and we'll know the answer.
Been done before.
I'm sure everything's been done
But it
before.
sounds like we should then change the rules first to say we're going to take something up out of order.
Wait, does it really say we can't take this in?
Well,
I know we're taking it out of order, but is that a guideline or is that a?
Peter's point is, if 4 of us vote to rescind this, then presumably
And
4
if-
of us would have voted to take it out of order.
Yeah, and if 4 of us don't, it doesn't go anywhere.
The only, and this has, your rules of order and procedure have the legal effect of a piece of paper. They don't mean anything other than if you don't follow them, you look bad and you're not following what you said you would do.
Well,
This has no legal, the motion is what has the legal weight. Your rules of order and procedure are how you say you're going to conduct business. And if you don't,
Well, that doesn't hold legal weight. It sets the precedent, and it's a transparent
That's what I-
process,
Yep.
and it provides trust in the way that we're gonna do things
that's what I'm
every
trying to
single
say.
time.
They're as good as your word, so if you guys look bad when you start flouting the rules, but they have no legal weight.
Into a constitutional.
So, sorry, let me rephrase. It's good to follow them.
Yep.
Right.
So
You
if
should follow them.
Does anybody want to make a motion to take up an item out of,
I'll move.
to take the motion that's on the table, to take it out of order on our agenda?
I'll make a motion to take it out of order tonight.
So,
Clear the system.
so 20, Council Rule 22, motion out of order. The council may at any time permit a member to introduce an ordinance, resolution, or motion out of the regular order.
Right, so we're moving to take the motion that's already on the table to take it out of order on the agenda. It's been moved by Counselor Lawrence and seconded by Counselor Bradley. Is there any question on changing our agenda in this way? No. Are all in favor of taking the item up out of order?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. All right, so that passes 5-1. So now we have the motion that's on the floor, which is to rescind the public hearing. Any further discussion on that? All in favor of rescinding the public hearing?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed? I'm a nay on that.
I'll vote nay.
Councilor Daniele's a nay, so that passes 4-2, which means our public hearing is rescinded.
Right.
So we do not have a public hearing on May 17th.
497.
But also
For 97-22 Coastal Waters Mooring. Thank you very much.
But also part of that motion was to refer this back to Coastal Waters to consider the
And to
issues.
refer, right, and we had somebody from Coastal Waters here in the room, so I assume you heard that.
Jeff is still out there discussing it from the sound of it, so.
Perfect. I assume it'll show up at some point, or may show up at some point, it may not.
I thought everybody I was really excited. I thought
I
everybody
can-
wanted to talk about South Freeport.
Right, I know.
All right, did we finish South Freeport? Everybody wanted that to go that way, right? That was
Yeah,
just
yeah,
a-
yeah, you got the nod to go and get the feedback and see if it's worth bringing up to us. Ms. Malloy, we're ready for our budget presentation.
She's on InstaFace over there, so.
Yeah. Start, yeah.
Candy Crush!
Any questions? No? Good.
Yeah.
No, there's a lot. I mean, it doesn't have to take long, but I do want to make some big points on this because there's.
It's just a presentation. it's not questions and answers.
You can question and answer, but make them short, please.
Yeah.
This is gonna come back up. We're not voting on the budget tonight at all. We've
We're
got
gonna
to,
see this 6 times before.
I think our public hearing for this is June 7th, so it's not even the next
No,
meeting,
well,
it's the
she's getting
following
seven.
meeting. So we got a lot of time to call Jessica or call
Okay,
Peter.
page 1 of 162. Page 3 of 162. All of your names are up there. It looks so beautiful.
Can I actually just make a comment while you're getting set up? I really appreciated all the work that you put into this. It's really well done. It's really clear. And I know the room cleared out a long time ago, but I do consider this, the most important thing we're going to do tonight. And I think it's a tremendous lift by you and the staff and Peter. And I just want to say thank you for doing it in such a clear and concise way.
So Jessica's going to do a presentation of the big stuff. Why don't you go with your presentation? I'll chime in on a couple of the items. Do you need switching assistance? I think you do.
Most likely.
Bigger document than that, but yeah. I think that's the highlight.
Is this what you're doing?
She's going to do just a very big picture. Go ahead, I'll.
You want to scroll?
Get off that bench as quick as possible.
All right, so before you, we have our proposed operating budget for FY 2023 presentation. Oh, I don't need copy. It's PDF. I didn't do by page, I'm sorry. You do have to scroll. I know, I'm sorry. Okay, so this budget season, we are looking at the following proposed tax changes. So this is a summary of all of the taxing entities. So for FY 2023, the county is coming in at a levy increase of $2,233. The RSU is proposing an increase of $593,363. Transit came in at an increase of $3,231. So the county and transit amounts have been set and established. The RSU obviously still has to be voted on. And then before you is the municipal or local levy, which is being proposed at an increase of $534,800. Yeah, so the total proposal before you for all 4 taxing bodies is a 55-cent increase to the mill rate at a levy increase of $1,133,627.
We are not expecting
That'll be fairly close too, because we're not expecting major adjustments. in our
Valuation changes,
valuations. We actually got back that our valuations are gonna stay pretty close this year. The state certified us pretty close to where we were last year. So a lot of the time, we're telling you that's gonna move all over the place, because we don't know if we're gonna go up or down 10%, that's probably not gonna happen.
So, next page, sorry. So this year, so the last slide was the tax levy impact, okay? This is transitioning into the physical operating budget for the town and what our expenditure and revenue changes will be for the year.
Just add in
Sure.
why we put the levy first.
Do you want to
because-
talk here with this? or-
Yeah, well, so I'm on TV, how about that? All three people that are watching in their pajamas at home. So I'm often asked why the first slide is the levy. I've got a philosophy, and I've had it for years and years and years, that what really matters isn't your tax rate, it isn't your budget, it isn't your revenues, it's the levy is what you're sending to the taxpayers to pay for. So when you see this number of budget expenditures, you see a big number, but you're also gonna see on revenue increase a big number as well, because there's revenues to make up for expenditures. For example, like Buston's Island is a pass-through revenue. So you'll see a large increase in expenditures, and you'll see a large increase, matching corresponding increase in revenue, because we pass the taxes through to them. So what my focus, and I think Jessica agrees with this, but what we've always looked at is the levy impact. That's really what you're taking out of someone's pocketbook. That's what people are gonna see, so.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, so moving into the expenditures, as Peter just indicated, we have a $1.2 million increase in our expenses for the year. Some of the major drivers, so it's pretty expansive this year with the number of changes. So we tried to highlight just some of the major drivers and impacts of this for tonight. So of that 1.2 million, 335,000 of that is related to additional staffing positions that have been considered either at the council, committee, and or staff, community levels. So you'll see those, and that includes both wages and benefits. So that's everything for those positions. We have cost of living adjustments included in this at 225,000, as well as what I've labeled salary and benefit changes, which includes people that move within our existing pay scale and pay step program, any contractual changes that we have with staff, as well as the correlating benefit impacts of those, and that comes in at around 129,000. This budget also includes a $100,000 increase to the paving budget, which is for the overlay of our roads and just kind of to maintain them. It's not what's in the capital program where we rebuild and reconstruct roads. This is just doing the overlays. We had, I don't know if you'll recall, but a few years back, this used to be funded at $450,000. A few years back, we cut it to $250,000 based on staffing and what we had the ability to get done. Well, with the staffing changes that we've implemented over the last few years, as well as the cost of supplies and materials, there's really a need to start bringing this back up to that level, because our roads are starting to deteriorate and we need to get them back in line, so we're not having to spend as much through the capital plan to, reconstruct and rebuild them.
Just want to call attention to the 4 bullets under additional staff positions. I think we all know what those are because we've talked about them to some extent at the council level. Well, the public may not have any idea what this is. So, Police Department mental health professional, this has been discussed at the Police Advisory Committee, if anybody's been involved in that, and it has a very strong support, I would say, from that committee, as well as the Police Department, as well as from me. This would be somebody who is a licensed clinical social worker or a licensed clinical counselor, who we've got about 13 departments that are running this type of position right now in Maine. And this is think of it as an analog to a police officer. It's not somebody who has arrest authority. It's not somebody who is armed, but it is somebody who responds to a scene. When it's safe to do so, they work with the people a large percentage of police department calls are things that are domestic disputes, addiction type calls, mental health type calls, and this person would then stay behind, address those things. Once it's determined to be safe, the police department would leave. The person's got a radio, the person is trained, the person knows how to deal with situations. So when it's safe, the police can step back, hover, and not escalate the situation and have a professional. This has got, surprisingly to me, a lot of support from the PD because they're pretty sick of dealing with this day in, day out, all day long. It's not their profession, and it's hard. I mean, it's something that it leads to burnout in officers because you take a job thinking you're going to be doing what you think a police officer's job is, and you end up doing the job of a social worker, a clinical counselor for a lot of your career. So it's a trial. A lot of departments are seeing success in it. Okay, the zoning administrator position, we've talked about that. That would, at depth at the council, so I don't think we need to get into that. Fire rescue conversion are taking two part-time, it's taking two
It's creating
40-hour positions of part-time labor and converting them into full-time positions. Be a slightly higher pay scale, but there would be benefit costs attached to that. We're seeing a continued problem with per diem and part-time help because there's so much competition out there. It could take people that we already have, or we could hire additional people in replacing the part-time unreliable type of labor that's not going to be the same from week to week with somebody who is scheduled to be on the same slot on the schedule every single week. And the sustainability coordinator we've talked about here, that's a part-time position in this budget, either an equivalent of a part-time or shared position, one or the other. Okay.
Thanks,
Right,
sorry,
yep, no, it's
that's
okay.
a good point. So to continue with those budget expenditures, within this budget, there's grant matches of $60,000 in relation to our DOT and PAX projects, road projects that you saw through the capital program. There is $40,000 for ordinance work, which has been discussed at the council level. And our debt service increased by $36,000 for the inclusion of the latest bond for the bike pedestrian bridge work. And then I've really just lumped up miscellaneous of $276,000. Some of those bigger highlights relate to fuel increases of $36,000. We have an increase of $35,000 for cybersecurity coverage. And as Peter referenced earlier, we have an increase to the Buston's Island share, which is $34,000. And then everything else making up that $276,000 is really well under $20,000. It's a lot of little things that just add up. So then we move into the revenues. There's an offsetting revenue impact of $666,200, with the largest being $425,000 for our revenue sharing increase. And this is a result of the legislature agreeing to do a full return of the 5%. That was supposed to be in effect from long ago, and they had continually cut and now have fully funded. So another increase is $75,000 to the use of fund balance. We have healthy fund balance, so this is increasing that to have a direct offset and reduction to the taxes for people. We are looking at building fee and excise tax increases of $50,000 each. We are also increasing interest income by $35,000, given a hopeful uptick in the rate environment. And as well as solid waste, we're seeing an increase in that residential use, so that's increasing by $20,000, and those are your major drivers of our revenue impacts.
And just add the revenue sharing increase. I promised I would give a thank you, and I will, to our former town council chair, now Representative Sachs, who is on the taxation committee in her first term at the state, and not just her, but a large number of former municipal officials that became legislators over the past 2 to 4 years that strongly push this in across both parties, strongly pushed this back into the budget the past cycle. So this was from an action a year ago that's finally ramping up to its full amount this year. So I just want to, all of our legislators deserve huge props for that. And I think that there's pretty strong support for municipal input at the.
On the interest income, we are gonna talk about that coming down the road where we're investing later on.
Yeah, and Dan and I have been talking about where that goes on the next couple of weeks or month, or the next month or so. So, yep, thanks. We get it on the radar for sure.
So what this means is that there's a levy, municipal tax rate levy impact of $534,800, as you saw in that first slide, which is equivalent to 9.9%. Which would mean from our FY 2022 municipal tax rate of $2.81 to 3.07. Okay, and then some of the items.
Sorry, I'm trying to
That's okay.
call up another thing over here. So.
That's fine. So some items for consideration that are not part of our proposed budget, but we list for your consideration. This budget does not include a communications position, which had been previously discussed at a council level. The Port Teen Center had historically been supported in prior budgets. One of the things that we do with our human service agencies is we send them applications to submit for inclusion in the budget, and they have a deadline to do so. And the Port Teen Center did not get an application in time for inclusion in the budget. And it came in after the fact, so sorry, I'm fogging up. So we told them that we would put it in as an addendum for council's consideration if they want to add it back into the budget. As well as there was a letter from the Grange Hall asking for support as a local nonprofit. I have 8,000 here. It's 10,000. Yeah. So that is my bad.
Both of those last two requests came in after the completion of the budget, but one of them has always been in there, and the other one was a new request. So they're just here. It's not necessarily a recommendation, but it is something that I think needs to be considered. May have made it into the budget if they were timely.
Was the Port Teen Center the same amount that's been funded in prior budgets?
Yes.
That's the amount that has been
So
previously
you'll see
funded.
it goes from 8,250 to 0 in the budget proposal because that was finalized 2 weeks ago or a week and a half ago.
Right.
This came in about a day or two afterwards, so 2 weeks.
Correct.
Um,
And
Is that, do you have one more? Okay, yeah,
I
go ahead.
just have one more. And the last slide is just to give you an update of our schedule. So May 11th, we will have public information sessions here in council chambers for the public. This is where the public can meet with department heads and ask questions informally without it being in a public forum, as some people are more comfortable with getting their questions answered one-on-one versus having to come to the podium and go through the public hearing. So department heads get together one day. We do an hour in the morning and an hour in the evening to try to accommodate people's schedule and answer any questions the public may have and be more comfortable on a personal level. May 17th is your next council workshop on the budget, followed by June 7th public hearing, and a target date for adoption on June 21st. And that is my presentation at 10:41 p.m.
You hit me, can you switch over to 1 on the back of the TV? I've only got
If I can see.
15 seconds here. You know, I think you
Yeah, yeah.
understand, so.
Thank you for keeping that so brief, Jessica.
So yeah, there we go, perfect, thank you. So while considering the budget proposal, and we started to see numbers up in the high singles and low double digits for percent increases in the levy, in order to sleep better at night, because I couldn't for a little while, I started going and looking at the historical trends on this to make sure I was comfortable for proposing something. And in full recognition of the fact that this is a high increase and much higher than what we've proposed in past years. This chart helped me put it into some perspective. The blue line is the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, which is a commonly accepted measure of inflation. So that's what you pay for things at the store. That's what the federal government says things that you pay for in the Northeast have gone up in the past 5 years. So from 2017 until current, inflation is generally accepted to be about 15% over the past 5 years. This is as of March. This is not including any inflation that may have happened over the past 2 months, which has been drastic. And the tan line is the municipal levy, and including the proposal this year, you'll see that spike up. All that I'm trying to illustrate with this is if you see 2019, 2020, 19 into 20, and then 20 into 21, the last two budget cycles, at staff and council request, the budget has been held pretty much flat during the COVID pandemic. So we put a lot of cuts onto things. We put a lot of holds onto things that are reflected in this year's budget. So, and mainly, the biggest increase are things that we've all talked about that we want to include now as programs. So I'm not saying that you need to approve it. I'm sure you want to approve it as proposed, but there's at least some justification there that made me comfortable to put forward something with such a large increase. And also, we were lower than Yarmouth, so.
So, had to get that in. For 2018
Not by
to
much.
2019, 2018 we had a 2% increase. 2019, we basically had a 0% increase. It's not another 2%. It's just saying.
This is
It
cumulative.
was actually a negative
Negative.
0.17%.
Right, and again in 2020 it was
So
slightly.
19 before COVID was a negative levy increase.
Yeah.
Was a net levy decrease. 2020 up there is the first COVID budget when we had all that uncertainty, and we rightfully held the budget flat, was another small negative increase. It was
Negative, yep.
0.1.
Yep.
And then last year was about a 2% increase, 1.7, I think, and this is 9 on top of it, so.
I guess one question I have, some of those proposals in the budget from the presentation you made, Jessica, of that COVID relief money coming in possibly could be used for this?
Yes.
Are you asking on the ARPA funding, or are
I
you?
think, yeah, the ARPA
Okay,
funding, yeah.
yeah, because there's actually two different sources, right? So we had COVID funds that were reimbursements of expenses that were occurred over the last years, and then there's ARPAs for, yeah. And yes, ARPA funding could be used. We accepted it as general governmental service revenue loss, so anything presented within this would be deemed eligible for inclusion of those ARPA funds.
Thank you.
Yes.
The caution that I would have on that is it's a one-time revenue,
It's a
so
one-time revenue.
So do half of what you think you'd want to cover, so you'd be spreading the increase over 2 years essentially.
Yeah.
But it's
Well,
something to look at.
I look at our increase, which I agree in paving as an example.
Yep.
Okay, that's something that, moves every year or whatever. I certainly wouldn't look at it for staffing, but I think there's some places.
And someone would describe the ARPA allocation process as it's currently being administered by the town of Freeport?
Didn't you guys discuss that last meeting?
Yeah. What's happening?
I wasn't at the last meeting. But I think a proposal was put forward.
There was a
And-
loose.
Went back to John, you and myself to add a little bit more depth to the original proposal that we put together.
Fair enough.
And I think we need to do that.
Thanks. One thing, may I? That I think we've discussed at the council level, and I think, Dan, you've suggested that it's sort of a wash, is that we really need or could use somebody who's going after a lot of this money that's around. And that may cause us to fund this a little bit early and wait and get the grant money that that person's going to get. But we need like a grant administrator in town hall somehow.
Yeah, I should, if any, yeah, that would have probably been a good addition to things that weren't included in the budget line, but
Okay.
that kind of came up, I think, mid-budget development, right, was kind of that discussion,
Whatever.
so
If it
yeah.
could go back in so we could think about it, I'd appreciate it.
Another thing to think about, yeah, I agree.
I would add that to that list, yep.
Is there a tie-in to that half-time sustainability position to make it a full-time role and have half of it dedicated to grant funding and grant applications? I mean, there's some synergy there.
Yeah, I mean, if you can find somebody who is big on sustainability that has grant writing skills, the grant writing isn't different from application to application. It's, the actual process of applications and tracking and finding things and funding them doesn't change, just the purpose, so.
I'd say about half the emails that we've been getting about why we need a sustainability coordinator are because we need to go after grants for sustainability.
Yeah, I'm open to considering that. That would make some sense. I mean, we need to find, it's tough finding people at all right now. So I'm not convinced that even if we put out a half-time grant, not even sustainability, just a grant writing position, that we'd find somebody, but we could try for sure.
I guarantee you there are grant writers out there who would respond to that, and the question is whether they would respond on the basis of taking a percentage of what they bring in. That was what we had talked about. But let's explore it so that we know what we're dealing with.
That's a fair point, for
Also
sure.
brought up having that be a contracted position too. Somebody might not want to be an employee, but might be a grant writer and would have to work with us.
Might do it as a job and work for us as a, yep.
Okay.
All right.
Anything else for Jessica for tonight?
We'll get into a
Peter?
lot of detail going forward.
Yeah, so we got some public sessions that we may or may not be here for if we want to be, but May 11th, and then we'll be
Yeah, you're more
taking
than
this up.
welcome to show up if you have individual questions yourself, but yeah, this is really, the intention is for members of the public that wouldn't be comfortable coming before a public hearing.
Awesome. I'll echo Matt's comments. Thank you for putting together, both of you, for putting
Absolutely.
together a well-crafted budget. Look forward to diving in.
Yes, enjoy all 160 plus pages.
After you're done with your 130 pages of downtown vision.
Yeah, right.
Pages of that.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
Fine motion. Is there a second?
Nobody wants to adjourn.
Nobody wants a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Bradley. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Before 11:05, we were supposed to be